All right, everybody. So here we are eventually. Gotta get the picture out of the way. And then we are good to go. We are going to play another Kriegsspiel today. It's open Saturday as every Saturday in the International Kriegsspiel Society. If you want to join us, visit kriegsspiel.org. There's an invitation link to the Discord server you're very welcome to. We're going to play a 7 Years' War scenario today, which is inspired or based on the Battle of Kolin, in which Frederick himself led the Prussian army, which had been besieging Prague before to counter a Habsburg counteroffensive, so to say. Feldmarschall Daun was bringing considerable reinforcements to relieve Prague. And that's where we are at. That is where we are at. Okay. Just trying to see if there is one more player. And I think so. Okay, that's good. I just found you another player, so
okay.
Wheat is back in the game.
Okay. So my plan here is that we will concentrate on the north. Specifically, I want to set up a battle line here between Brescian and Wellin. And the problem with this, of course, is that the Prussians might not do what I'm expecting. So as a little bit of insurance, we're going to have 2 detachments to the south. One will be the small infantry wing, which will be commanded by Peter, which will be in Poborz. And then we will have the hussars, which...
All right, just found another player.
All right. Are we using the same rules as Napoleonic war games?
Yes, we are basically using Otto's Napoleonic system, so the same dice. What's different is the artillery is much less mobile, of course. Once they are deployed, it will take a considerable amount of time to get them moving again. The infantry is not able to form squares, even though it happened from time to time during the 7 Years' War. But
neither assault column, right?
Right. Yes. I mean, especially the Prussians are using the very aggressive offensive tactics, but they are not.
It's
not
all lines,
columns.
right?
Yeah. Basically.
Sorry, just to jump in. Blue are asking if they start deployed or in the column of march.
Well, if they want to be deployed at dawn, they could be. Yes.
Okay, I'll just let them know and
Thank you. And right, that's because, well, the reason why you need cavalry to protect the army's flanks, right? Because the infantry is not capable of reacting as quickly.
All right, yeah.
Okay, blue should be all set up with their channels and are discussing initial strategy now.
Perfect. Okay. What else do we need to prepare? We need to split the players, and I will probably also add their names to the pieces for quick reference. So that's Felix, that's Marshall.
Achilles did end up with a different command than the one that you initially named him on. Yeah.
How did that happen?
They promoted him.
Okay. Whoops. And did you change the channel permissions already? I mean, he has access to all the channels, but yeah. Okay. Blitzo is Pete. Okay. What about the Prussians? Alright, okay. As people might still be joining the stream, I'm trying to figure out what I need to put down for the pieces here. Go over the introduction again, because we did that right when we started, but as usual, players are coming in over time. So we are going to play another Kriegsspiel today, Open Saturday as usual, and it's going to be a 7 years war battle.
Duplicates of some of these blue command tokens.
We haven't been playing we haven't been playing 7 years war in quite a while, so there is some interest for that. That is Hans. And it will be inspired, it's based on the Battle of Kolin, right? So the Prussians in 1756, the Prussians preemptively attacked Saxony, and the year after, which is when this battle happens, they marched into Bohemia, right? So they wanted to attack the Habsburgs, the Austrians, if you want, to win the war quickly, because they knew they would be under attack from all sides, from Russia, France, and so on. So Frederick thought it would be good to just go in and try to win immediately. Didn't work out the way he wanted to. And in 1757 there was a battle at Prague, which was a Pyrrhic victory for the Prussians, right? Both sides lost about 14,000 men, and then the Habsburgs were forced to retire into Prague. Frederick started besieging it, and he thought, well, the Habsburgs are not in the position to attack me, and sent very little force to the east to screen his forces. Turned out the Habsburgs weren't the same Habsburgs as they had been in the Second Silesian War, so they were able to very quickly gather an army basically, and had even more reinforcements coming in. And so he was forced to leave a very small part of his army at Prague to keep the siege still going, and then marched eastwards to counter the enemy approach. So both armies met at Kolin. So let's give you an overview of the map. Kolin is up here. That's the city right there at the Elbe River, and the Prussians were marching in from the west. Historically, the Habsburgs deployed along this line of mill ponds, and the Prussians came in via this main road, then basically turned face and attacked. The Habsburgs were able to swing their army in this position, so they had the high ground here, and they had a much larger army actually than the Prussians, but Frederick didn't know, and he was very convinced that his aggressive tactics would win the day, even if he had a smaller army, as had been the case in the past. historically, well, that didn't go very well for him. So he lost the battle, you could say. Heavy losses, and he had to retire. But today we are not using the the historical order of battle, which would be all these forces. We are using a part of it to replicate the structures of both armies and have the Habsburgs deploy somewhere in this area. The Prussians advance from the west, and then we'll see how this goes today. Oh, excuse me, a bit all over the place. Trying to set things up and trying to talk to you, and now I need to go back to my umpires. All right, I'm back. Okay.
Do we have some duplicate command talkers in this blue? Because I'm noticing Penavier is flagged as commander for 2 different tokens here.
What's that? The text is not showing up? Oh.
No.
Yeah, historically. So this is the historical order of battle, right? And you start wondering how the hell did the Habsburgs fit that army in this small area here? But yeah, it's quite weird. The Prussians basically had both of their cavalry wings under the same commander.
Okay. Yeah.
And
well,
the reserve...
I'm assuming he's only getting 1 token on the board.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we are just using this small part of the army, right? So sort of to replicate the overall structures, but we won't field that many pieces. But yeah, then they had the reserve, and the reserve forces were actually part of the wings, but then again, Zieten was over commander of the reserve, so it's a little bit confusing. It's set up well for command confusion and conflicts there.
This is definitely going to be a much more manageable force to keep on the field then.
Yeah. Okay, so we have 9 players per team. We are 4. Well, I guess I can take over a command and then
So
the
Red seem to have split themselves in 2 already, which would make for a pretty logical division of
interesting. Yeah, maybe Felix has, I see a marshal who is this main force, the center force, so to say, is instructing his subordinates. Okay, so he probably has his objective already. That's good.
So yeah, the easiest way might be to do it like that, or however they split up the forces. Just 5 and 4 and 5 and 4.
There's a way to write down who's taking. Is this the edit thingy? Where can I write? Yeah, I think that's the one. Okay, so I will take care of Blazer, of Felix, of Marshall, and who else do I need to take care of? Who's Tresco? KB. Well, and then I guess everything else is determined when we know how they set up, so that we can match opposing players. Right. I will go through the channels and see how much more time they need for planning, and then hopefully we can set them up very soon.
And we'll just see how they come at us. Here it is.
Hello. How's it going? How much time do you need for planning?
Yeah, it's going fine. Jan, can you see my screen?
Let me see if I wanted to click here, stream. Yes, I can.
Okay, my concern is scaling. Are the pieces scaled correctly? Or what close enough?
I don't know. They look a little bit small, I think. Yeah. Infantry battalion should be about 2/3 of a grid square.
Okay. All right. So let's see here. 1, 2, 3.
Other than that, how much time do you need for planning? Do you have your objectives and basic idea?
About 2 minutes.
Sure.
Well, something like that. I think you're going to go forward, so you don't actually have to go over to. It could be gaming like that, but that is gaming.
Hello.
But I hope
we can
that,
co-locate
yeah,
with others, right?
Yes.
yeah, that's true.
Hello. How much time do you need for planning? Do you have your basic idea already, or are you still discussing?
I think
We
we're
are
done.
pretty done. Just check in with Marshall and the other channel if they have their deployment ready, and then I think we would be good to go.
Perfect, thank you.
I think that
The blocks, they're old.
Meine
Not a new
Herren,
one.
der Plan ist mein Deutsch nicht gut.
Hello, how is it going?
Wir will die feindliche Armee lokalisieren. Das nördliche Road.
Autobahn.
Ja, das nördliche Autobahn, ja. Und sie
German's
will
quite good. Okay, so
angreifen sie feindlich. Yes.
sorry, how is it going? How much time do you need for planning?
Very little time, not much.
Okay,
Yeah,
very
he's
good.
just explaining the plan.
Perfect.
Be behind us, just behind us, on the main road. Okay, so that we can react with the dragoons in any direction quickly. All right. So there'll be a little bit of space. We'll have our hussars pushing out until we make contact. Once we've made contact, I'll bring up the dragoons to support the hussars, and
can position yourself in a location where you essentially pin them down. You know, if they move, you would need to. If they move, you would be in a position to attack or to seize some ground or something like that.
How's it going here? How much time do you need for planning?
Not too long. We've assigned channels and assigned players. I've briefed everyone. The wing commanders are just giving some briefings to their brigade commanders separately.
Perfect.
And
we will move down here, and unless circumstances change,
we want to keep them in sight, and we want to guide the rest of the army to them. Okay?
Hello.
Okay.
Hey.
How much more time do you need for planning?
That was it. That was the plan.
Perfect. There you go. All right.
Oh, General, I do have a question though.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make.
All right. Seems like everybody is ready to get started, so we can go and take their deployments. Let's see. Bavilla, do you want to go to Red 2, take basically Marshall's core thingy?
Can do.
And Greaves, do you want to go to Red 1 and take their deployments?
Right, will do.
And what about me?
Blue 3, that's the Prussian cavalry.
Blue 3. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
In either direction to stop the enemy reserves
All right.
from moving over.
I need your deployments, please.
Okay. we are going to be deploying along. You can look at my stream.
Okay, that's the northern road. Yes, I see
We are
that.
deploying on the northern road. I wish to have. We are all the way in front. I wish to have the dog pilot command all the way in the rear. He is the smallest command. He commands the Brigade Manstein. I wish to have Lerol's command in the middle, which would be Brigade Panwitz, and I wish to have Hans's command in the front, which would be Brigade Franz von Braunschweig.
Perfect.
And then I wish for, at the beginning, just all commanders to be riding at the head of the column together.
Everybody at the head, okay. Blazer Trail, where are you and where are your guns?
I am with KB. I want my guns to be after KB's first brigade, but before his second.
Yep.
And I'm at the front of the column with KB.
And what about the forces that belong to... no, I need to double check myself. Basically the reserve infantry.
I'm just keeping them with the the reserve infantry, yes. So we've got the reserves are under Dante Pro. I'll grab them down here. So we've got the reserves from the heavy cavalry, the dragoons. Are dragoons in this period dismountable, or are they what are dragoons?
They are, but they are fighting like Napoleonic hussars, even though, weirdly enough, they still carry muskets and probably even fire them from horseback.
Are they? Would you consider them to be like skirmish cavalry or light cavalry?
Battle cavalry, heavy.
Heavy. All right. In that case, Yeah, I think they're more useful with the main force. Are they capable? So they're heavy cavalry, right? They're not lights.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to keep the reserve cavalry at the rear of the column. Do you see my stream here?
Give me a second. I do see it now.
The reserve infantry is in the south, around between Presbysieux and Kirchnau. Dante Pro can decide on the specific deployments, but they're in this general area.
Yep, got it.
The reserve cavalry, the reserve heavy cavalry, or all the heavy cavalry, sorry, is just at the rear behind the infantry, while the reserve light cavalry is with the hussars and dragoons of the light cavalry are together in the front of the column. You can speak to Achilles about the specifics of that.
Okay, let me double check if I have that correctly. So all the reserve cavalry is in the rear, only the lights are in front.
The lights and the dragoons lights are the Schloss Netsch is in the front and Norman is in the rear, including the reserves.
Roger that. Alright, so now we have Manuela, hello. Nice to have you. It's based on the Battle of Colline, even though we have scaled down the out of battle, of course. Well, there's a huge meeting of officers here.
All right, so Lancer has I see four regiments of 8 regiments of cavalry on the northern road.
Yes, those are Scheunach's squadrons, 4 squadrons of dragoons and his reserve of hussars.
Alright,
I
because
think
I
the
got
hussars should be in front.
way more cavalry coming there as well. I got Kyle's cavalry, Pinavier. So, just to make sure, Pinavier wants to basically do the Prussians have all the cavalry in the left part there? That's cavalry? Oh wait, sorry. Oh no. Can I have the rights? Can you promote me?
Sure.
Because I made a mess. I wanted to move the pieces and I made a mess.
Yeah, I've got.
So Jan,
Jan's all set up.
I've had quite the lag right now. Here.
So
Okay.
Jan.
Mm-hmm.
So Pinavier cavalry. It's all this cavalry.
It's the cavalry down here and this one. So he's basically split it up.
So which ones?
In the rear and in the front.
All right. Because he wants to be with the Sars, Dragons following. All right. And do you know where Friedrich is?
Here at the head of the infantry column.
All right. Because he wanted the heavy cavalry to be with Friedrich.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Felix has just given orders for his artillery replacement. I'll drop those on the map.
Yep.
And is that cavalry also part of Pinavier cavalry?
Yes. That's reserve of... Which brigade was that you took? The Norman's brigade. So, and is Pinavier with Frederick or with the cavalry?
He's with Kyle. He's ahead of the column with his hussars.
Okay. They are already so close to the enemy you can basically deploy them. So they will know the enemy is there. That will be the first report for them.
All right.
And I guess those guys can then also already sit here and be ready.
What's Lance's cavalry unit?
What's his command? Lancer Schöneich. So he's here. Let's see. Schöneich has these. The Leibregiment and the Hussars, which are in front right now.
Yeah, it's supposed to be with the Dragoons right behind the first cavalry line. So basically, it's a Kyle with light cavalry ahead, Lancers with Dragoons behind, and Sea Dog with his cuirassiers reserved right behind with Friedrich.
Yeah, I would say because the enemy is already that close that these guys already, they know, we don't set them up in marching columns. They know that the enemy is close, so they are somewhat spread here. But that's alright if they are over here and waiting for orders, and then he can be with the heavies or whatnot. Okay.
Oh, Peter's put a screenshot of his deployment in his channel.
That's cavalry deployment done. Joffrey's currently writing up his orders. There's a bit of an issue with his game, so.
Okay.
I'll just make sure I got it right.
Pete seems to think he's got one more block of infantry than he's got on his screenshot than we've given him here. Because he's got 5 on the board and he's ordered 6.
Let's take a look at the screenshot. There are only 5 there on the screenshot.
Kingdom in his channel.
No, I see that. Then just put 3 in proportion. Okay. Well, that makes sense. All right. Well, what about James? Has he any specific orders for his squadrons?
Currently, it just seems to be form up, so I've kind of just had them form up in the village. Well, town really.
Okay. He will get reports that there's enemy infantry there. All right. Okay. Looks good. Anything else? No, I think that is all right. Okay, then who wants to take care of whom? Let me add that here to the note that we remember.
Well, I've not got any particular preferences, so stick us where you need us.
It would probably be good to pair the cavalry with whom? With that cavalry wing there, maybe? These two?
Seems logical.
So who would that be then? Achilles. Panzer. Sea Dog. Maybe that's a bit much for you to take care of.
Right stuff.
Who's Veed? Veed send us. Can
Alright.
Joffy.
Okay.
Okay, and then
Graves, you said to Pete he has 5 cavalry units. His infantry.
He's infantry now.
He's infantry, yeah.
Ah, right.
Okay, so next would be the Marshall group. Give that to Greaves, who was in there.
Right, that's the Austrian cavalry fully set up.
Ava on Carol. So it didn't type. And then we have basically James and Pete. James and Peter, and on the Prussian side we can put, who's that, Dante with that group. And then we have the whole Prussian column, so we need to split these guys as well. Tresco. It's KB and okay, did I miss anybody?
How are we doing?
1, 2, 3, 4. I said already I took KB, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm missing one player. Who am I overlooking?
Back in 2 minutes. I've just got a delivery I need to
Sure,
grab.
sure. No worries. Who am I missing? Carol, let's see, Felix, Marshall, from Ava, Carol in there, James, Peter, and Xandas in there, Dante, Zor, Sea Dog, Kelly's. Oh, I'm missing Hans. Hans is part of which? This one. Put him here. And we can, of course, help out each other because there are quite a few players we need to take care of. Maybe I'll post a quick call for umpires.
Just making sure. How much is one grid on the map?
That is 300 meters.
All right.
Gonna write a reminder for myself that it's signed.
Okay, I think then we are good to go once Bivia is back. Perfect. All right, everybody in the chat, what are you thinking about the overall deployments of the both forces or both armies? So the Prussians are arriving, the Habsburgs are sitting here, already awaiting them. And I guess we do, that will basically be the evening turn maybe. Give them, I don't know, 3 turns or so before darkness. And then give them time to set up properly and fight it out. So they might do redeployments overnight, so to say, if they wanted to. Have the Prussians spotted the Austrians? That will be the very first report they get. Yes, they are marching right into the main body, that is correct. In fact, historically, the Prussians didn't really know what was going on. Of course, they knew where the enemy was, but they didn't know about the enemy's strength and so on. Alright, so what we're going to do once Bevia is back... Ah, there you are, okay. So what we are going to do is we give them 3 turns, I guess, before nightfall. So let's say it is 1830 maybe. And then we give them 3 turns. Then it's too dark to fight, so they can deploy, redeploy, whatever overnight. Very well. Okay.
Alright.
Then we are good to give the first round of reports. I would take care of this bubble here, and
so yeah, I'm this cavalry on this northern flank, am I?
Okay.
And
maybe one
I'm
player
taking...
can give all these players the. There.
I can give the cavalry its report to Prussian cavalry.
Perfect.
Alright.
Right. I'm going to move down to Red 3's channel and give his 1830 report in a couple of moments.
Very good. 1830 it is then. Okay, let's see.
Late in the evening.
Hello, it's 1830 in the evening. You are arriving in the vicinity of Kolin. You are reaching Planian. It is on the highway to Kolin. As it appears, the enemy, there might be enemy forces in the area because the cavalry in front of you is leaving the road and going into formation. I have not received a report yet, but there is reason to assume so. Unless they are wanting to make camp for night early.
Very well.
Do you want to think about that, or do you have a immediate?
Yes,
I would like
if we
to.
could have a long-
I would like to ride up and meet with Achilles, please.
Sure thing. Everybody else continues marching, or?
If the cavalry is deploying, then I think we should begin deploying as well. Hence, I wanted a little moment to discuss, if possible.
I think I'm quite far in the rear, so I should just continue marching.
I think Hans should deploy facing east, and the rest of the column continues. No, we just want
I
to
don't
continue
know.
marching.
Well, we don't know in what strength this enemy is in.
We'll continue marching.
No, deploy.
Hello, it is 1830.
Hello.
And you arrive at the chain of mill ponds in the vicinity of Borschitz and Swoischitz and so on. There are indications of enemy cavalry vedettes in the area.
I see. All right. Well, I guess the first thing I want to know is is the Hussar commander in front of me. What's his name?
No, there are no hussars in front of you.
No Hussars in front of me.
Nope.
So Wing Penavere is not in sight of mine unit.
Nope.
Oh darn. Deployment's not going as planned. Okay. In that case, at this point, I just want to form line and just go down the road and just keep an eye out for any suspicious activity.
All right. So just basically eastwards.
Yep, eastwards.
Okay. Thank you.
So the previous red text channel here that I see was just for setup.
That's where your screenshots will go and your dispatches.
Okay. I just see a screenshot, so okay. Now I need to think, huh? Where is that?
Yeah, it's about to break us up.
That is correct. James and Peter, you need to leave, please.
I guess James might be AFK. No.
I just moved him.
Ah, okay.
All right, let's see. You're here. Where's Joey's command?
I don't think we're co-located.
No, don't think so either. So let's move him. All right, so it's 1830. Your battle line is deployed basically starting from, what's that? Brjan? I think it's Brjan. And there are indications that enemy cavalry vedettes are arriving along the main road from the west.
Love to hear that.
We're waiting all day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess you have no new orders.
Nope.
Good, good.
You might go around some of the enemy. You could also get lost. You're also going slow. You get separated from the command. There's all these other issues.
Marshal.
Hello, Jan.
Hello. I guess you could be co-located with your commanders, right?
Yeah, I don't know, but that's okay. I don't have to be. They probably don't want to listen to me.
I get that.
Narrate. It's probably annoying to hear that, so I'm cool with. Oh, you're bringing them all in. Poor guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guess that should be everybody. So everybody
then
else has already
you give one report instead of 4.
Screenshot, yes. I'm not quite sure if the others already had the report, but you're basically deployed in battle line as you planned, running northeast from Brjan, and there are indications of enemy cavalry vedettes arriving along the highway from the west. It's 18:30 in the evening.
Okay, about how far out are they?
Well, 1 or 2 kilometers or so. You probably have some sentries in front of your line.
Okay, I don't know what a kilometer is. I'm American,
right?
But I guess that's about a mile and a quarter or something. Mile and a
like
third.
40,000 bananas or so.
Oh, okay, got it. Sweet, we're good. Okay. All right, guys, we don't have to worry at that distance. All right.
Peter, hello. You haven't received the report yet, have you?
Not yet.
Okay, let me see. You are lit, so I give you one screenshot. It is 1830. You are deployed in Radenin and Pobors, probably. And there are indications of enemy cavalry with that coming along the highway, basically from the west and along the mill ponds. And what else can I tell you? I think that is all for now.
Okay, I was going to say that I did put myself next to the single elements. I don't know if I would have seen further, but perhaps I was having a cigarette this 15 minutes. But
okay.
Look, thank you.
Do you want to react in any way, or is that all good?
No, I'll wait. I'll concentrate my mind west, my visuals west, to see if I can see anything approaching me. But I'll stay in position.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Nope.
All right.
Yeah, John, what's going on here? I thought I was supposed to be doing screenshots and taking orders from the list of people that you put on the note, but no, Lauritz already gave screenshots to half of them, and a bunch of people weren't getting screenshots in the south.
Yeah, I saw that.
I just gave screenshots to the people that hadn't had them, but should I just go take orders from those people?
No, that's all good. Have you also given them a verbal report?
No, I've just given screenshots because I wasn't sure who I was supposed to be giving reports to.
Okay. Yeah, well, I've given, because they are right now all co-located basically to Frederick and all his infantry commanders, because they are just sitting in the same channel anyway, and I've done the same with Marshall because I saw he hadn't received the screenshot yet, so I just put them all in.
I give screenshots to the two cavalry groups in the north and to what's his name, James in the south. I was about to give one to Pete, but you beat me to it on that one. So I'm just going to go give kind of initial reports to them, I suppose.
I've already finished up with Reds 3 to 5. They've given their whole position, so probably going to give them this next screenshot.
Yeah, we wait until Biblia's back.
I'm still in a relatively similar position as what Bev was in. I tried Blues 4 and 5, but they'd already given their orders to another umpire. It might.
Yeah, I guess we probably have to change things up then a little bit with that list. It's just that for now they are all like basically co-located, so it's easier to just give them one report altogether.
Right.
So apparently Lancer told me I was a third to give him his report.
Okay, yeah, okay. We just change things then. So let's see. What's the best way to group them? So giving down, so that's Felix, Marshall, and all his players in his command a report is very easy to do. So maybe then one of you can do that. Let's then change the list. It's maybe better to do it that way. Was taking care of them so far.
Currently I'm
briefs, right? So let's change that. That would be Marshall, Arfon, Eivor, Carol. Who else is in his?
I could potentially just concentrate on the players around Marshall's command. Just I could do reports for Cottendorf, Birmingham, Marshall himself, and then Esterhazy. So 4 players right there. Throw in Dawn for the hell of it as well. I'll just do all the infantry reports for Austria. would like.
Yeah.
What about something like that? Can do all the cavalry thing if you want.
Okay,
and then we
perfect.
can have.
Sounds good. I do all the Prussian infantry, the main column. And then once Billio is back, we can tell him that we can take care of these guys. That should be easier. I agree. Sorry for the confusion.
I mean, that means I have 5 players, so but it's cavalry players, so I don't know if it will be too much or.
Yeah, if you need
I
help,
will
just
see.
let us know.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, well, 5. Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how we can do better. Like, nope.
Oh no, hope your connection recovers then.
Okay, finish giving initial.
Perfect. Okay, so because of the initial confusion, we've decided to switch things around a little bit because it's easier to give bulk reports. So that would mean that in the future you take care of these 3 players down here, and if anybody needs help or based on how the battle develops, we can change things up or help each other. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
I sketched on the map initial responses from the players that I spoke to.
Yeah, I just gonna double check with the Prussian infantry if they actually wanted to march or not, and then you can move these the cavalry up there already.
Just to confirm, whoever's in this north one here, this player here wanted to say exactly where he was.
Yep, perfect.
17th time because he doesn't have as many
Alright.
roles as other people.
So,
Yep.
what are your orders now?
Do we have a screenshot?
I don't have a screenshot now. Do you?
Well, you were still discussing whether you wanted to continue or not.
Continue. Continue.
Yeah, we are continuing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Chris is a moron.
Oh, you can say that.
How dare you, Hans? Hans can say it now. He's never.
No. I'm allowed to say it. I've been fighting that guy for quite a while. So.
Area, but behind the hill ridge.
All right. Sorry about that. I got a phone call. Anything?
So I moved the main column. What else is going on with the cavalry? We can move the cavalry. So they want to cross here, and what's that, marching column or deployed or?
So which cavalry is talking to here?
Down in the south, James?
It's commander moving with a single block to get a better assessment of enemy numbers. He's moving to this hill down here.
Perfect. Gotta do that.
Cavalry in the north was moving up to get in front of the forest, but still behind the hill.
Yep, and they will reach that as well.
Don't want to say behind the hill.
Ah, behind the slope. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then this guy was staying still.
Perfect. All right. So then we are good to give new reports for 1845.
Okay, so I'm doing this southern lot here.
What?
I'm gonna go get rid of the blue line, at least around my area.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Can remove those.
So I'm doing the 4 cavalry commanders, the 2 Austrians and 2 Prussian ones near the main battle line. Is that fine?
Yep, sounds good.
All right.
Friedrich is
So 2
with
cuirassiers.
Pennsylvania right now.
Right.
Can move,
Okay, I'll give him his report as well. Right.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll probably give the same screenshot to all 3s. So it's 1845, right?
Correct.
All right.
Who's that commander here?
I think I'm just gonna give Marshall the exact same screenshot he got for 1830 because nothing's changed at all.
Yeah, sure. That's perfectly fine.
About 20.
Hello.
He's definitely over 20.
Hello.
1845.
Hey.
The column has advanced into Planyan, and apparently 2 regiments of cavalry are flanking the town, while the remaining cavalry forces have further advanced eastwards. You have no reports.
Unfortunate. I suppose we'll continue marching down the main road.
Right. Be aware that in 1 or 2 turns it will be too dark to continue. And
we have to make camp for tomorrow, is that the thing?
Yes.
Okay, well then we'll make camp in the town then, I suppose. So we'll just start. Do I think that the town can house my entire wing of infantry?
No, it cannot, but there will probably be a nice house for you guys.
But we can set up tents maybe on the northern side of the town.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then we'll make camp in the town and we'll set up tents on the northern side.
Sounds good to me.
For the evening.
Okay.
I'm off to go on.
Alright, all the umpires are on their way. We'll see if anybody needs help. This poor infantry here is a little bit isolated, I guess. All right, I think we are getting in the groove now. It's always with these Open Saturday games, they're a bit chaotic in the beginning. That's also why the stream started a little bit late, but I think we're getting in the groove now. Okay, apparently we will have some bombardment. Well, I guess the infantry here could block the crossings for the cavalry and then be relatively safe unless this force decides to fall upon them. Okay, first dispatches are written by the players. That is good to see. I see the screenshots everybody's giving. They look perfectly fine. Yes. That's all good. Okay, perfect. No. No is good. Those guns could potentially have a shot if they wanted to, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how Achilles, basically the whole French cavalry command, reacts to finding a battle line and heavy cavalry on the flanks. I mean, that's where they are supposed to be in a 7 Years' War battle anyway. But, you know, might play a trick on players' minds. Okay, umpires are moving around. See if anybody of them needs help.
Jan, Marshall inquired about the square formation. Do they have to manually order battalions to form square as part of a contingency order, or do they form square automatically?
They won't form square at all.
Okay.
There are very, very few cases during the 7 Years' War in which infantry did that, which makes them, I mean, they will still probably withstand the frontal attack, but their flanks are vulnerable to cavalry.
So,
Dawn's ordered the artillery to begin firing at the Prussian cavalry in front of them. Sablets of the Czars.
Someone said no. What does it mean?
So we could be about to have a candidate for fastest player character death in a Kriegsspiel.
Okay.
So we have a battalion of infantry marching up on this hill.
Yeah.
We have a commander's staff riding up onto this hill to see what's going on.
Okay, I guess, I mean, he's on horseback.
It's like the way that this infantry is advancing is kind of directly in the blind spot from the route the commander chose to ride.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that commander's getting pretty close in terms of musketry, so.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's a fair point. Let me get a die.
I don't want to turn around and just kill Pete off immediately, but...
Let's see, objects.
Yeah, just making sure. How many grids can heavy cavalry move in a single turn?
Is that deployed or?
In like the one here, for example.
Okay, so they are already deployed. They move up to 4.
All right, thank you. I'll go. That's my last player. I will be ready.
So I guess Peter will be here a little bit quicker than the infantry, so he might be able to quickly turn around and run away. I give him.
Yeah, and to be fair, they're going over the bridge on this river.
Right.
It'd probably have a good chance of hearing them as he got closer.
Right. So let's say on a 1 or 2, he gets shot anyway. So he's safe.
Okay. So let's just kind of pull him over here. He spots them through this low rise.
Right. Perfect.
Currently, orders in the center. The Prussian, the Austrian infantry is just holding position.
Yep.
And Kottendorf is cooking him to a bowl of soup he's had made for him.
Just to confirm, how far we're having dispatch riders travel?
That would be about 12 grids.
Okay, because Pete sent out a set of dispatches last turn, so. 3, 5.
All right.
Yeah, Dawn's sent out quite a few dispatches.
Okay, yeah, that one's arriving near Felix, so I'm gonna paste that over to him.
Very good. Okay. Is there anything else we need to do? Otherwise, we can continue. And we'll give them one more turn. Let them know that it's getting dark, though, and that they will have to make camp for the night very soon.
I'm going to send the dispatches of Dawn to the commanders now. I'm going to send Dawn's dispatches to the commanders.
Very good.
By the way, are they all meant to be collocated? Marshall, Gremingen, and all that?
Yeah, that's all right, because they're all deployed there, and that's okay.
I'll move them together and just give them all the same screenshot, I guess.
All right. Yeah, I'm not giving Friedrich his report anymore since he's back to the main line.
Oh, he did move back? Okay, perfect. I'll take care of that.
Yeah, I'm doing the 4 cavalry commanders in the center.
Yep. Does anybody need any help? Or is everything alright?
Kottendorf sending up some scouts. I'm just going to send the battalion forward and say the scouts.
Sending a whole battalion forward?
No, just scouts. Just scouts.
Okay, what we can do is, I mean, even though they weren't able to do that back in the day, take these skirmisher pieces and say they are ring rod.
I think that's Austria complete. That's the infantry anyway, ready for 1900.
Right. Since it's not arrived yet, I'm dropping a dispatch token on. That's heading to Dawn next turn.
Good.
I'm giving smaller screenshots since it's almost night now.
Yep, sounds reasonable.
Okay. So are we giving the 1900?
Yes, please.
Yep.
There was a message here from Frederick. How far is that away? 14.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move the commanders together so that it's easier to be collocated now. I'm gonna go give 1900 reports to Dawn now.
Very good. Hello.
Hi.
It is 1900 and the column is still marching through town, but they are basically starting to make ready for camp north of town, as you have indicated. The king is back, back in town. But otherwise it's still a calm summer day.
Okay. Do you see just northeast of the town there is a hill?
Yes.
A pretty big hill.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose the king will actually command his guns. I was just thinking to set them up there for the night.
Is it nightfall now, more or less?
More or less, yes. There will be one more turn of movement and then...
We'll be able to redeploy overnight, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And will we be able to hold another conference with all the commanders, like the cavalry as well, and the reserves, or...?
I guess so, yes.
Any idea of how much space I will need to make my camp? Because it looks like they're heading quite far out of town.
Yeah. Oof, I don't know. Let's say
I mean, as long as we keep
3x3 squares or so, but you don't. I mean,
as long as we keep
yeah.
good amount of pickers and
they just do
it should be fine.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. We'll just make camp them.
Just make camp. Okay, any orders for the guns, or are they also
Frederick,
just?
I believe. Under your command, but I was suggesting we put them up on the hill northeast of the town, just to have them there for the night in case of a morning attack.
Yes, are you aware where the enemy line is?
No.
We've found the main force. They have. If you want to go, I'm going to brief them on the situation. Jan, if you want to go talk to someone else, but they have a force. Their main force is from Brezan to Willem, that position, which the cavalry is currently screening.
Brezan to where?
Breznan to Willem.
In which direction is that, Willem?
North. So, do you see Brezan?
Oh,
so
I was right, old pilot. I was right.
Exactly what KB said, did we?
They also have a secondary force at Pobors.
Where?
That's sort of west and a bit south of Brezan.
Oh yeah, I see it.
So our general plan now...
The secondary location?
Pobors.
Pobors. Oh, I see.
Our general plan now is to... the reserve force that I sent to the south is going to concentrate on Pobors tomorrow, as is the... your main force. We're going to essentially focus our attack on their southern flank, which seems weaker than their northern one.
I'm a very big proponent of making the main attack at Velin. Because there's a huge plain south on what would be the right flank, which the cavalry can command.
That
And
is
that's all
they have a large heavy cavalry force at Welham though, so
I suppose we can take Poborts then.
and also I've already sent out orders to
Very
the southern
well.
force.
I would take it now.
So you're concentrating on Pobors. From Pobors, you will then advance, try to seize control.
Okay, I'll just be AFK for a minute. I'll be right back. And it just occurred to me that I should have left the audio open for you.
Kirchlov, hell, but that's quite far south, so.
Okay, gentlemen.
Alright, your orders, please.
Here is... Yeah, we'll make camp here for the night. That's pretty much.
That's it? Okay.
And then we'll rise at the first light, of course. Or we'll be ready to march out at first light.
Very well.
Air power.
How's the cavalry doing today?
Air power here in Kriegsspiel.
So, what do you think
okay,
so far?
so as I understand, it's getting dark, and so we're not actually going to fight today?
No, probably not.
Okay.
I mean, if you wanted to deliver a final charge of the day, you could.
No, I think not. The only thing I'm interested in is if I was told they were pushing the skirmishers out to some of the hills. If those skirmishers get close, then we'll drive them off. But other than that, other than that, we're just going to hold our line because we're screening for the rest of the army at the moment.
Interesting. Well, Loris, I was just listening in what their assessment of the situation is, so.
All right, yeah. I finished my all my full players.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Name of that. The biggest problem I'm having is figuring out these silly town names.
Yeah.
They're in some weird foreign language that I don't understand.
Yeah, it is.
Radimek. Radimek.
Where? Where is Radimek?
To the northwest of where I currently
Radimek.
am.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm sending a dispatch to Frederick to suggest that he move the dragoons that are with the heavy cav to occupy Radimek. Simply because they currently overlap us to the north, and I don't want them coming down unexpectedly.
Sounds good.
Especially since Frederick's battle concept is that he's going to take the main army to attack Poborts or whatever that place is, and that's to the south.
All right, wish you good luck.
Right, I was the last umpire last turn, and now I'm ahead of the others. I only got 4 players to umpire this turn.
Yeah, I have them still sitting in one voice channel, so that's going quick and easy as well.
Yeah, nice, nice. Just making sure. Did CDOG? Oh no, CDOG didn't have his report and screenshots. Because I gave him. Or do you want to go there?
Who is that?
CDOG, the heavy cavalry in the near the main town. Gave him his screenshots. All right, I'll ask him if he has any orders.
Okay. Did I miss that? He's with them. Oh, it's Norman. That's correct. So Norman should be with those guys. Oh, he is in there. Okay, so he got a report then, just not a screenshot. My bad. My bad. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to keep an overview when players are not changing their usernames.
All right, CDOG is simply staying where he is.
Okay.
So yeah, we've got all the cavalry. So what's happening in the south?
I'm not quite sure. I think James wants to attack, and at the same time the infantry is falling back or whatnot. They were a little bit, I mean, the Prussian infantry here was a little bit outpositioned from the beginning. Not quite sure what those were supposed to do there all on their own.
Okay.
Welcome back.
We have a cavalry charge.
Ooh.
Do we?
Yep.
Oh, all right.
Dante left a single battalion out, and James is very eagerly taking advantage of that.
All right. Okay, we will deal, because of the limited space, I guess, deal with the hussars in waves. So I'll roll 2 dice for them for now. What's that? Ammo low.
Oh God, what's it's standing there?
Wanted hit and routed.
To be fair to the commander, there was only one block of cavalry there when he sent the unit south.
Right. So these guys are routed. These guys are disrupted, or basically spent.
Makes sense.
Anyways, they are just running away. At that time, they are
do we have something to simulate to recognize square? Because these guys were moving south and they're going to immediately.
No, there is no. I mean, I said before, sometimes infantry actually did form square in the 7 Years' War, but very seldomly. So.
Well, these guys were moving south to kind of back up these guys, so we'll have come
now
to
the
a
big
halt.
question is, I leave that up to you. Do you think these guys are shaken by seeing their comrades run away, or are they more prepared in the situation to deliver a concentrated volley?
Well, these are reserve troops, so I'm not sure what the quality of the Prussian reserves were like.
That's a very good question. Do they have here Fusiliers? I think they are quite good troops. So let's be generous this one time. Let's say these disrupted guys are sure. Oh, these guys are coming, and then we have to roll for James as well. He's getting hit or not. What do we have here? Only applies in bad terrain. Even if the enemy is advantaged, that is the case. But they are getting nervous as well. So these guys are shot out of the formation. And another road. So apparently they were shaken by seeing their comrades run.
Just to report what I can, currently everything in the centre remains very much the same as it was. They've returned to the commands that are no longer collocated.
So first of all, I'm gonna roll for James, and I say, did he specifically order to lead the charge, or what did he do?
He didn't give orders about his own positioning, but he did order all of his troops to form up and charge. So I'm assuming he would ride with them.
Yeah, it's quite a large force. Let's say 1 to 3. He gets wounded. And he is wounded. Okay. Where's my wound sheet here? Dice. 83. He is lucky today. Just a scratch. Like so. And then do we think these two or three squadrons, will they still try to get in there, or are they?
Well, there is a bit of a town here, but these guys aren't exactly fortified in the town. They are kind of in the middle of traveling through it.
It's getting dark, so let's say they hold back. Okay.
Right. So with that done, I'm going to do the other movements on this flank.
All right. So, are we going to organize for the night right now?
Yeah, I guess we call it here, and I mean call it a night.
We just call it here. That's it. Off the side. It's over.
That's all. Well played. Okay.
What do you think?
Seaton will not be able to join the other players then, because he's sort of busy here.
He did send a dispatch, though. So
yeah, that's fair. And he will receive one as well. But the other players, they may, if they want to, they can basically rejoin their overall commander to hold a conference and decide what to do, if they want to redeploy overnight or not. Okay?
Unfortunately, this commander down here appears to have done what I do and mixed up his east and west. Because he said he's seen a lot of cavalry and infantry hit to his northwest, which I'm sure will not be of pleasant news for Frederick to hear.
Okay, right.
Quick question. I'm going to move the red players into the red one, but what about James? He's pretty.
Yeah, James is outpositioned. He should not be able to join. Peter,
well,
it depends on Peter. How much is he focused on this situation?
He's deliberately formed a defensive line here,
Okay.
You know,
Then
well, his last instruction for himself was to ride to this town to give out those instructions. So he's kind of out of the immediate combat. So especially since these guys are probably not going to do anything threatening with their entire gear.
Right. Then Peter can go and visit down overnight as well. That's fair.
And what about this in the north? Would simply both cavalry just fall
they
back?
just stare each other down and then fall back and make camp.
All right, yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
They will probably fall back there.
What are we doing in terms of
in
terms of messages over the night? Because I'm assuming we'll do all the dispatches arrive.
Yeah, basically. Correct.
All right. How am I informing this commander down here of his unlucky?
You can give him a screenshot. I think everybody else doesn't need one, but.
All right, I'll do a set of screenshots for James and for Dante here.
Sounds good.
I'll go tell the blue players that they can assemble for the night, right?
I'm gonna.
But for Zetan.
I'm gonna move all of the players to red 1 except James.
Perfect.
Probably go down 3 for myself.
Yep.
Bruce, can you move your hand for a moment for a screenshot? Thanks.
Sure.
There joined you since they from their cavalry outpost commands, and I will let you decide what you want to do. You can redeploy for the night. Well, Jan, you are here, so.
Yes. Yeah, you can discuss, and if you want to, you can redeploy overnight.
I suppose we can talk to Dante Pro overnight?
Apparently he didn't make it to join you. For some reason.
He doesn't like us.
Who's that? He must be that. There's no other explanation.
He had a stroke on his way over.
That's
You get lost in the dark.
No, if
able to, then perhaps. Never mind, John's here.
What about James in Red 6? Should he be here or is he separate?
You don't know.
Okay, that's fine. All right, just making sure it wasn't overlooked. Okay.
But I'm just listening in. So if the report was still going on, Greaves, please continue.
So
okay, it's time to panic.
So the skirmishers in the center that you sent up are currently still in position, kind of guarding your front. The report hasn't differed at all. They're still facing enemy scouting cavalry. However, further to your south, really, before night broke, you did begin to hear the sounds of battle erupt further to your south. Whether or not and who was involved, you don't know that as of yet, but you can surely find out eventually. I'm going to allow you now to give your own reports and your own situations, and just listen in and answer any questions.
All right,
Okay.
I'll report. Go ahead.
South of who are you now talking about? Because Peter is in a substantially different place, like his troops and ours, so.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I should have been more accurate. To the south of south of Peter's position.
Okay. Maybe we can start with Peter then. Like, what's going on, Peter?
Peter, you're muted if you're speaking.
Should I be here or go back to my channel?
You should go back.
Go back.
Okay, I'll go back. Sorry.
Okay then, Marshall, let's start with you.
Okay, I am concerned that they could be screening and flanking to our north. I've tried to scout north. It was interpreted as scouting west for some reason. My next order was going to be to send some scouts up towards Wellham to look, and we definitely need to send something up there. Otherwise, it's the same as my last dispatch to you. You should have got it at night. Actually, you should have got 2 dispatches from me.
Yep.
We're holding position. Enemy cavalry in large numbers to the west. Enemy cavalry is stationary.
Okay.
So,
yeah, we have the heavy cavalry and Vellum, so that's would be covered.
we do. We do. I
yeah.
didn't know we had cavalry on our flank. That's good news. Okay.
So, did you see anything other than the cavalry on the main road from there up in Vellum?
No, I haven't seen anything in Vellum. We haven't looked over that hill.
Yeah, I meant the guys, Yoffi and Special.
Here's Yoffi. I can report only a single encounter with a Hussar squadron up in the hills north of Novi Miesto. That's all I've seen.
Okay. Peter, are you there? I guess not.
One quick note, apparently Commander Wheat fell ill overnight. So he's no longer at your disposition.
Is that Peter?
That is Zendos.
Oh.
Okay, then I guess we're back to having all the cavalry under Yoffi's command.
Right.
The heavy cavalry.
I'll do my very best.
Here. Okay. Okay.
So if there's fighting south of Peter's position, that must be James. So the Hussars have then, I guess, encountered something there. So, but it looks like most of their light and medium cavalry might be here then, if there's Hussars and Dragoons. So I think then that's more than just, some squadrons of scouting. So I still hope that we are in the right position. But I'm worried about the south.
What is
just make yourself look, threaten them, force them to stay in that position.
Yep, understood.
So
I don't know if the
have,
Austrians redeploy overnight, how we'll handle that, but we can't plan for every eventuality. What were you going to say there? Sorry.
Do you want me to keep
I do have
headquarters with the cuirassiers or go with the dragoons?
No, stay with the cuirassier.
Yeah, stay with the cuirassiers.
Yeah.
One other thing. I'm sorry. If they do any kind of redeploy to the south, there's a possibility that they'll pull out of Poberts and back onto those hills over the night.
I considered that as well. In that case, this attack on Poberts would basically get pushed back, and we'd have the 2 brigades coming round here with another one coming in from the rear like that. Which isn't ideal. It's still a pretty formidable position, but if we get it from multiple sides, it should hopefully be takeable.
Yeah.
And I think this hill's sort of the key to this battlefield, I think. And once
it certainly looks that way, yeah.
And if we can get artillery, in this position, we can just demolish their entire line, or at least threaten to, and hopefully that forces them to withdraw to Cullen, and then we win.
And then we win! Yay! I'm sorry, Lanzer, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I do have one strategic concern, and that is the town of, if I'm reading it correctly, Bresson.
Yes.
It's just south of our cavalry positions. I noticed, it just kind of pops up at me, but you notice how many of the roads converge on that town. And I do wonder if maybe we should make an attempt to capture the town to prevent the northern forces regrouping with southern forces, because obviously that is a very heavy central hub for the road network in that district.
That's a valid point.
I'm in opposition to devoting any further resources.
Yeah, we just kind of don't have the forces for it, though.
column down the road. And as long as you can hold a disproportionately larger force at your little Thermopylae there at the creek, then we're winning, in my estimation. But we have to push.
I'm open to doing that as well. But maybe having some kind of heavy cavalry nearby might be useful.
And you're going to have to watch your left flank because they'll try going left, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We do have
you're
James
left.
as well. We do have James on the southern flank as well. So.
Oh no, he's cut off from us then. What does he have? He's got
Hussars.
cavalry.
Hussars, yeah.
Okay, so he can punch, but we don't need him to punch.
No, I mean he's basically cut off. He's kind of where I wanted him. So he's like kind of checking out what's going on there. Hopefully, acting independently. That's all right. What I'm more, I don't know. I agree with Marshall that probably we should push forward then on the main road if our assumption is that the main attack is coming at Peter's position. I just wonder if we want to push forward with the infantry, or if we want to sweep down with the heavy cavalry to get their cavalry out of the way, but then we have spent them, at least for the morning.
And how about the idea to relocate one of the two heavy cavalries to the south theater?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they should do there, because if it's a defensive position, then, and it's not a really good cavalry ground there.
Agreed.
Yeah, I want to just point out or offer here that our objective is not to fight the enemy, but to push through this road. So the bulk of our energy should be spent on the mission. And in my recommendation, we take those hussars, we go ahead and spin them, clearing this road so the infantry can pass. If in the south you don't have enough to hold, I do have a brigade in reserve I could send you. I could send you my reserve brigade. And that would still get 2 brigades pushing on the road. I would rather not spend my reserve doing that, but we do have to. We can't be flanked either. We've got to, push. And
it's not that far, so we might be able to relocate the artillery during the night. But then they are kind of out of position, and we might lose them if we push forward.
What do you mean push forward on the road or push forward towards
on the road?
south?
On the road,
on
yeah.
The road.
If we, I assume that at some point, if we push forward towards Prague, we will give up Poborz, and then if we have the artillery there, it will be much harder to retreat from there.
Okay, so you don't want artillery in the south. You want artillery moving forward on the road.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So we will not be able to use artillery offensively. This is like heavy artillery. They will be moving very slowly. If we push, we'll have to do it with the infantry or the cavalry.
Okay, so is this like siege artillery or something? I thought they were 8-pound guns.
They're probably like 12-pounders or something like that, and 7 years wars, so they are not like
Yeah. Because usually I park cavalry as my second or third element in column if I expect contact with the enemy. You want artillery at the front. You don't want it at the rear where it takes forever to bring up, in case you run into something.
Sure.
But that being said, if you want to spare the artillery, we can put it towards the end of the column with one element behind it to protect it from the rear and push
All right, I'll give them just 1 or 2 more minutes, and then I have to get going in the morning.
All right. It looks like the Prussian army wants to sleep at Planian before marching south down, and they also want to push Hussar squadron to Przemysl,
Okay.
which, I mean, if there was infantry at occupying Przemysl, I will say they are immediately repelled. But they only have artillery. Basically, they have unprotected artillery in a town against the SARS, which are really bad at fighting in towns. I don't really know how you will resolve it. Will the SARS just will the infantry be able to go help the battery in time?
Well, they could probably push 1 battalion over. Yeah, when is this supposed to happen?
And they didn't give me any time, so I guess it's during the night.
Okay. That makes it even more interesting.
Yeah, that's a special situation.
Right. Well, I guess I assume there are some forces garrisoned in the houses overnight, probably.
Quick question. Prussians are, the Austrians are starting to talk about redeployment now. So, what are the limits in terms of movement for redeployment?
Where do they want to go?
Nothing, nowhere as of yet. They've just gone to the subject, but is that yellow line kind of like the limit of where they can redeploy? Or?
That's what I just scribbled on. Like that seems to be the line of where we allowed commanders to freely move. So
that's correct. Yeah.
I think anywhere within that line then.
Let's see, how far would that be? Yeah, I guess 2 moves, like 2 or 3 moves, so up to 12 grids maybe.
Just to confirm, what's going on with these routed units? Are they just regrouping in those towns overnight?
Right. Yes. They will report back to their commander in the morning or early morning.
Okay.
How much time are we giving them for planning now?
I guess they have had enough time now, so let's get back and take their redeployment orders.
Yeah, blue is done. Prussian is done.
Okay, so they just sit there overnight and do nothing?
Yeah, they want to move to the south, but only in the down.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
And we just wait when the Habsburgs want to start their movement, and then we resume.
So about that Hussar charge, will they simply get repelled?
So if the overall commander is in the town as well, I guess there will be some sentries out, so they should be able to alarm them.
I mean that town is presumably where a whole bunch of different officers have garrisoned themselves overnight. Because if there's plenty of good buildings there, then
that's right. Yeah. All right. So they will simply make a reconnaissance in force or some stuff, and then fall back. So
right.
Oh, is the artillery repositioned as well?
No.
Well,
or is it? I don't think so.
Okay, so all the Hussars gets information that the town is garrisoned with artillery.
Yep.
All right.
And James did his redeployment already back across the creek there?
Yeah, just leaving a token force out to keep an eye on any movement over there.
Reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Rest of the guys just going back to the camp that they'd already prepared.
I just quickly check in with the Habsburgs.
One question. The skirmishers are still up front. Do you want them to rejoin your battalion, Kottendorf, or move up and kind of like screen ahead of them?
I think try to screen ahead for a bit and then move them back when it's my turn.
Okay, got that.
Okay, are we good to continue then with the morning?
Yes, if the orders for the heavy cavalry are in.
I do not yet see the other heavy cavalry because the sick commander that I'm taking over here. Is it fair to get an update where those are, or should I issue orders under my current knowledge?
I give you a screenshot.
I also have a dispatch now, but that I might have missed earlier when we all joined this channel, of James that says that he will attack the troops that are attacking Peter from the south in the rear. So I think that is very positive for us, if that works.
All right.
Yeah,
then
he sees an opportunity. So yeah.
Please split up again, and we will resume. Okay, I guess we are good to continue then.
Am I carrying on with the same three in the south?
So what's happening with? I'm just waiting on Marshall to post marching orders. He's having the infantry march down the main road in column. So just gonna wait.
Okay.
Oh, they're going on the offensive.
Why? Okay. Yeah. Well, anyways.
I think it's the first time I see we play. I see a game where we have the battle, the planning during the night and redeployment. I mean, I don't remember playing another game where you have to redeploy during the night.
Yeah, I can't remember any as well. So is he? What sort of column is he forming there?
I think it's just marching column.
Okay.
Well,
I think Achilles will have a fun day then.
And the artillery is being sent at dawn by dawn in a town is being sent over to boards in the night. Yeah. I think dawn's remaining with the infantry. I'm gonna go down and double check. But marching orders out in Marshall's channel, I'm gonna go double check with dawn.
Perfect.
So, what's happening?
Push down the road.
Looks like so the Prussians they want to flank the Austrians from the south. It looks like the Austrians are going to an offensive towards the west.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't quite understand why they would march in the enemy's direction and march in columns now, but yeah.
Is this overnight or dawn movement?
So we are now resuming then at 0600, I would say.
Okay. Are we rallying these forces immediately, or are we just going to report back to this commander and let him issue orders?
So we can remove the rally thingies and report back for now. And he can give them orders immediately then.
Okay, I'll give him that as part of his 600.
So on what was that? The Prussians are now starting to move south as well, right?
With the marching column, it's every single brigade, by the way, that's going on the road. Not just first.
Okay, very good. Then we can give screenshots and continue.
All
right.
Quick question: how do I initiate the arrows and the columns? Because I just do the marching stuff for 2nd and 3rd brigades.
Just to confirm, this battery of heavy guns is supposed to be in the south.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
So what time is it now?
0600.
All right. Thanks.
All right.
So I keep controlling. I keep umpiring all the cavalry in the center, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
All right. Including Sea Dog? Yeah, probably including Sea Dog. All right.
Yeah, I can send him the same screenshot, but if you wanna, I mean, he says in the same channel. For now, I give him the same report.
It's going to be an interesting case in a couple of minutes with this marching column.
Yeah.
Especially in a foreign culture and
Please
environment.
split up again. We are resuming.
We're awake.
I never slept.
Oh, did we forget to sleep?
No, I
thought you were
slept.
just so good. I bet you only
I
slept.
slept. I was in my bed just honk, shoo, me,
Oh, not that sound again. He's gone.
Enough of that.
Thank you.
If he was dragged out of his bed.
Okay, it's
Drag him in
0600.
his sleep.
0600, the marching column is commencing its march southwards. Can I report you anything else? I don't think so.
Do you have orders for deployments? Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Let's just proceed with them then, I suppose.
Roger that.
Just for all my commanders, I wished for everyone to be with their respective formations now. Dogpilot, Hans, and Zero.
Okay.
And I'll be riding with Hans's command for now. It should be.
He's gonna babysit you, Hans. He doesn't trust you. That's what he's saying.
Hans's command will be. Yeah.
Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey now, Daryl. Hey. He just wants to be with me because I'm Norwegian. That's why.
That's true. He can speak Norwegian.
May have impacted my decision.
There you go.
You can talk Norwegian to me anytime you want, KB. I just won't understand what's going on.
Okej, men alltså det går fint.
Det är fint. Då kan du bara sända kommando till han på norsk då.
Ja.
To where exactly do the Prussians want to redeploy?
The Prussians?
Yes.
They just say they wanted to march south, and they are aiming for the big hill at Kamalijek here, where I put the cross.
Perfect.
So they probably will go Chabonas.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
I'm doing Sea Dog, by the way, Jan.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Since he's still in the north. Guess I can go reports. All right.
What time is it now, by the way? Just to double check.
We are still in the movement for the 0600 turn.
Okay. All right. Well.
What's this? I want to hear Achilles' reaction.
Charge that column.
Yeah. Your light cavalry is still in small outposts, so they are still in patrols and a bit dispersed, so they will need a few minutes. I mean,
In my screenshot, I've got 4 squadrons of cavalry sitting right next to each other.
Oh, okay, yeah. Lancer
Yeah,
is
same
ready because he's
So-
got his troops concentrated. All right, you want?
That's right. Charge that head of that column. Wreck
And
that
that's
column.
And that's my orders as well. Just charge him as well. Support Achilles as best as I can with whatever I got.
All right, and about the light cavalry, the small outposts, will they? Yeah, are they participating in the charge, or are they still, concentrating for battle?
The light cavalry will hold their positions and continue to watch. The dragoons are going to charge the head of that column and destroy it.
Yep.
All right.
I'm raising high the black flag, children. No
Yes,
prisoner,
sir.
no
Kill 'em
mercy.
all.
I'll shoot any
Commit
man
murder.
with pity in his eyes. Yes, that's it. Just like Metz all over again.
Mm-hmm. All right, I need to send off a dispatch here.
As do I.
All right, I will keep moving.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot about the Austrians. They haven't received their report yet.
Hello, Jan.
Hello.
What is the deal, Jan? Why is it in your games I always get these long columns of infantry right in front of my cavalry?
I couldn't believe it either. It's I really don't know.
Well, I have a question for you, a historical question on this, because I'm not familiar with the era as much as I am the later ones. Did infantry form square in Frederican times?
So sometimes this happened, but usually not.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Okay. Well, I don't know if you heard my order that my dragoons are going to.
I managed to come in right at the point where you said charge them.
Yes, the dragoons are going to charge and wreck the head of that column. The hussars are going to stay out of it because I'll keep them intact for now. But yeah, I mean, how can you not? I mean, it's like, okay, do I even have to make a decision here? I mean,
yeah, man, I really don't know what's going on there.
Okay, well, hey, it's loads of fun. Thanks, Jan.
Sure.
All right, I need to get a dispatch off to Frederick to tell him, hey, they're really right there, point blank.
Good luck with that. What's just going on here? I guess they are not. These pieces have these bend thingy? Yes, they have. Okay. Can use that instead. Them new scripted pieces, Damon did update them. The only thing I'm still missing is that the cavalry squadrons reduce size when you reduce the manpower value on them. They all have these scripts. That was a lucky catch that we heard the order for the charge. And then all the commanders are there. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
All right, so how did that charge go? Looks like it didn't really do anything.
Well, these guys are still moving, so I'm waiting for a resolve that I'd already rolled the dice. So, but if those guys had any more orders we didn't take into account yet, I wanted to wait for that.
All right, yeah, got it.
Question is, do they really get that far? I would doubt that. I mean, they are not as mobile and agile as Napoleonic battalions are. So
yeah, I mean, why forming a marching column if it's to reform just 300 meters ahead? Anyway,
I give them, well, I guess only one die to fire back. Only applies in bad terrain. That's not bad terrain for the cavalry, unfortunately. So
that's a hit.
Pew pew pew, big nothing. Even though we check for the commander, I guess. And a 16, he's certainly alive.
He didn't say he wanted to charge with them, so I don't know. Will he charge with them?
Well, I guess that was the order from his overall commander to have them.
All right.
Have them charge. Okay, and then we have. Let's see, where's my disruption marker thingy? We have a disruption. Old experience. We have a route. We have another hit and a route, which basically means, as this will have morale impact on the adjacent forces, all these guys are routing. The cavalry is spent, of course. And then we have to roll for the commanders, I guess. Do we think they are in a position to be actually threatened by cavalry directly? Maybe Grammingen. On a 1 or 2. Oops, very close. Very close.
All right.
Okay, and these guys are gonna run. And block the whole road.
How far can Hussars move?
Hussars can move up to on the road. That is 7.
Yeah, 7.
So road give a +1?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, that's that.
For this unit that's been out on watch all night, are we putting any kind of exhaustion marker on it?
Which unit?
This one here. It was kind of sat out in the field watching enemy infantry all night.
Do that. Good point.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is an interesting situation. The charge, of course, went as expected, and
yeah.
But now they are unsupported. I mean, they could get the hussars to concentrate and go in, but now the enemy is deploying again. So
yeah, I mean, this move by the Austrians basically was no use.
Yeah,
they blundered a few troops there.
Very curious to find out why they decided to do that.
Yeah, I mean, getting into a march column while on the right into light cavalry isn't a great idea in general.
Yeah.
Even though I don't think they didn't know there was light cavalry reserves, but they knew there were patrols.
Yep. What about the heavy cavalry in the north? Does it react in any way?
It's advancing. I advance it,
Okay.
and they are advancing one to the west, one to the southwest.
Okay, makes sense. Perfect.
I mean, they should have opened the road with the heavy cavalry before moving, I guess, but okay.
Yep.
Right, that's the Austrians in the centre done.
Perfect. Do you need to
whoever's
do anything else?
Whoever's commanding Frederick, there will be a dispatch arriving for him next turn.
Okay, I can send that. Good. All right, then let us continue with the report for 6:15.
Sorry, just to confirm.
Yep.
You know, how far are muskets firing? Because I think we might have an exchange here.
Not yet.
Okay.
So I mean, basically they are firing at 0.2, but we always assume, because this is all abstracted, that they are, once they are within one grid, they can engage.
Okay. All right.
Perfect. And I will get this message sent to him.
6:15.
Yes.
Right, and Leslie. All right.
Month.
Okay,
Napoleonic
please,
month. Anyway,
please
doesn't
split
matter.
up. You are moving.
It's
I think
either
we should be split up, actually.
Yeah, I believe
I
we
can
gave
do that.
orders to split up the commanders to their commands.
He doesn't want to talk to us anymore.
I think the reserve column's in a pretty bad position at the moment, but they're occupying forces, so we just need to get going as fast as possible and crash into them while they're still
There's bad guys
recovering
here.
from that.
There's bad guys
Yeah.
here. What the hell?
Yeah.
Those bad guys where? What?
Sorry, hello. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I did ask you to split up as you are moving out, so please do that before you are breaking the fog of war.
Alright, fair enough.
Hans, come with me.
Why is Dogpilot in my VC? Why is... Oh, okay, Dogpilot.
Okay, let's see. So you are the cavalry, you get the report from someone else. Is that?
Hello?
Hello, 1 second. Lara can be co-located with you. Okay, so the column is marching out to the south as ordered. If I got that correctly, you are aiming to swing to the east then to get the high ground. Is that correct? East of Pobolsk? The
camping
Kamenyek,
Yeah, that's our general objective, yes.
Okay.
We're trying to get to Poballs first, aren't we?
If it's occupied, yeah, we'll need to go through
sure. Okay. So further than that, you do hear from the east heavy combat noises, musketry, cavalry, and all that. What you can figure out from the noises that are coming over here. Other than that, it is all calm.
I'd like to go to where KB is and ride with him. Otherwise, just keep everything moving, keep everyone going, get the artillery. When we encounter the enemy, deploy the artillery as needed when we're. I'll give orders when we get there.
Okay, perfect. And Panwitz, you just follow the column as ordered, I guess.
Yep.
Perfect, thank you. Alright, so the column is moving out. You can hear from the east heavy combat noises. Sounds like cavalry and musketry and all that stuff. But otherwise it is still a calm morning. Calm and chilly. But it's surely getting hot very soon. Guess you keep just marching in column.
Yes, I keep marching in column.
Yep, perfect. Hello there. Okay, so the column continues southwards. You have reached Chabanos, and you can hear from the east heavy combat noises, which sound like cavalry, musketry, and all that good stuff, which you would assume in a battle. And your sentries are reporting, and probably you can see that with your telescope or whatnot, that there seem to be enemy forces, infantry, assumedly at the heights at Radenin. Do you want to react to that or to anything else?
I would like to align my troops up in line formation and to face them.
Line formation and face them, okay.
I would like to move myself over to Panwitz's command.
Okay. Figure out where that is. Over there, okay.
It should be with, Frederick, wherever Frederick.
Okay, so is your goal to reach Frederick or to reach that brigade?
My goal is to reach Panwitz. That's the goal.
Will do, thank you. They are still too far away to deploy. Well, maybe they get a little bit further, like so. And interestingly enough, they are again not using parallel roads, but just do the long snake march. Playing snakes. Ah, cavalry. Cavalry's advancing. Sabre au clair. The cuirassiers are coming. No. I mean, it's funny, right? Now the whole situation could just turn on its head, yeah.
All right, I think we're done there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, very interesting situation. I mean,
yeah, kind of weird.
Very weird.
But yeah.
Also very atypical for 7 years war, but anyway.
Because both army will probably line up in front of each other's and just fight. Is that right?
I mean that would be what they usually do, right? And I mean,
yeah.
Frederick would try to outflank the enemy but or in most cases he tried to do that. But yeah, one would have assumed that they just sort of set up their lines and go into battle a little bit more prepared than they are actually doing right now.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like the Habsburgs are doing pretty much historically. I mean, apart from going to into March gone, they're advancing right into the enemy.
Well, the Habsburgs, they were just sitting on this line here, going from Auschwitz to the Swedish thingy here.
Oh.
And the Prussians came down this road, then deployed and tried to get around in the east, and then threw everything against this high ground, and well, didn't end in their favor.
All right. I mean, it's the only good high ground in the sector.
So in the center, the Austrians are doing a general advance in line formation. I just want to. I think it's safe that all of them can be collocated in the center.
They can.
Yep. What about the routed units? I reckon maybe the one. Yeah. I reckon the Terheim battalion next to Moltke battalion could possibly come back.
Yeah, I guess they all could start rallying up because they basically ran through their whole army, right?
Yeah.
So let's put them on rallying, and next turn they are good to advance again.
What's going on with this infantry here?
They are deploying into line formation to, well, I guess, prepare to attack this position, but not yet.
No attack yet, right? Because these guys are deploying at such a range that the creek is like troops crossing the creek would be an effective firing range.
Yep, sounds good.
And these guns are instructed to reposition at the most effective firing, most effective firing position on the troops over there. So,
well, I guess somewhere in between then here, right?
Are we letting them stack?
Yeah, that's okay.
Then yeah, I suppose that would be the most effective one.
All right. But they won't be able to fire this turn, so we don't have to bother about that. Do we have any other combat situations? I don't think so. What about the Dragoons here in the north? Do they still have to move, or did they already?
Which one? Which ones?
These here.
They are starting to move, but since their commander is far away, I didn't move them a lot.
Very good, very good. Okay, then let us continue to 0630 and give reports.
All right. Right. Let's scare my players a bit. Let's scare them.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Hey, hi.
Did I do that right? Let me double check the screenshot I just sent out.
I think it's fine.
I think so, yes. Okay. Alright, so the king arrives at Shabanos and apparently misses Treshko, who's riding somewhere else. But as you can see, the infantry starts forming a line. The enemy is reacting to that. They're to the southeast and redeploying to guard the creek. And you do not hear more combat noise from the northeast at the moment. Let me get a bit of an overview. I think that is all you see and hear for now.
Okay.
It's 6 blocks that I have under my control in total, right? If I remember correctly.
Isn't it 4?
What is it for?
Let me double check if that is correct. It's just 4.
Okay, cool. So the 2 units that I have marching up, the one that's to the right of me can deploy on the right flank, and the ones that's kind of behind me can deploy up on the left flank. The units that I have formed up, I would like them to engage the enemy under the hill with musket fire, if that is possible.
Mm-hmm.
And I have one last request for you, Fredrik. I don't know if you're planning to move out yet, but if you could tell KB that they have artillery up on that hill, that would be
the
much
Austrians?
appreciated. Yeah.
Yeah, is
Heavy
that a hill?
artillery.
Yeah, that's a hill.
Yeah, it's a slight hill. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Where's my artillery? I want to bring it up to the front as quickly as possible, if I can.
Yeah, it's coming up next. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'd like to find KB again this turn. That's my only orders.
All right. And the artillery, any indication where they should deploy?
For now, just throw them opposite the Austrian position there and fire. But if that, I'll leave it down. If the local commanders, if that position is already broken or whatever, they can.
Sounds good.
They have some jurisdiction over that.
You said to the north. No.
Hello. All right, so the combat noise to the east ceases. And, well, the column is continuing to march. The king is not present at the moment. Any questions, any orders?
I wish to move back over to what is it, Hans or Franz rather in the game, over to his command staff.
Okay. And Panwitz just continues down south?
I'm gonna stay with the column heading down south.
Okay. Hello. Okay. So there's finally enough space on the road for you to continue your march, or commence your march rather. The combat noise to the east ceases, and for now it all seems to be quiet again. Do you have any questions or orders?
No, I continue marching.
Very well. Double check if I missed any dispatches or so. Did Frederick send any? Did not. Those were forwarded, yes. Okay. Dice. Dice. It's getting dicey. Alright, those of you who are still watching, what do you think about how the battle develops? Where's James actually? I did move to the high ground here. Interesting. How long are we running now? this whole chaotic mess. Oh boy. Cavalry charge. Can the Habsburgs swing around to Planian and trap the Prussian infantry there? That's the big question.
All right.
Okay.
Yep. Dante deciding to actually move some of his troops this turn.
Okay. Eventually.
Which, well, I suppose he's playing the reserves. Can't really blame him for sticking around in one place. Yep. So cavalry to the south. They are going to finish there.
Well, here at least one of the battalions will be able to fall back. Guess the other one will just stay there. It's too risky to move now. So that means we can resolve this combat already.
Yeah, they're wanting to move back into a reserve position.
Yes, but I think this battalion won't be...
Yeah.
They are too close to the enemy right now. Okay, what do we get? What do we get in bad terrain? Well, they are advancing into the Creek Valley, but I don't think that's actually too bad for them right now. Are they in bad terrain? No.
They don't appear to be going at a crossing point there. Assuming that's what these icons are.
Yeah, I think so too. Although those could also be like dams, so that maybe this was also like the mill ponds here, that these seem to be broken, maybe? I don't know. So then the only real crossing point would be down here and maybe here. Not quite sure. Okay, anyway, so that's not a hit. That is, even if the enemy has advantage, that is a hit. So they are running low, but they are hitting the battery. And what do we have here? Only in bad terrain? I don't think so. And then we have the guns. Yup, they do some damage indeed.
Alright. So, cavalry charge, it looks like. Not entirely sure this the blue Prussian cavalry. It was to not charge right away, but wait. I guess they will accept the charge, wouldn't they? More.
Yeah, now the question is, I mean, they see these guys coming, would they rather evade them or would they countercharge them? That's the big question indeed.
Yeah, their orders were to face the enemy cavalry, but not engage them right now. Not charge them right now, but wait for a turn. So
okay, I guess they when they see them coming, they will countercharge.
Let's make it one. Let's say head is countercharge and tail is fullback.
In the center, I think.
It's the countercharge.
I think the artillery is going to open fire at the general or the cavalry, and then I don't know if I don't think that infantry is in range of.
Were they already deployed last turn, or did they just?
Yeah, they just unlimbered now, I think.
Okay, then we won't allow them to shoot yet.
Okay.
Okay, let's look at this cavalry charge. So they need a disruption marker thingy. So
all the dice say that's a cavalry dice.
Ouch.
Oh no, a cavalry die. Okay, it's cavalry dice. All right.
You all die.
It's like
you die, you die, you live, you die.
This is actually a World War I rule system. Cavalry enters combat, cavalry die.
Why can't I change the status of these pieces anymore?
Change it when I do it. Which ones are we wanting to change?
These routing pieces. Don't know what happened there. Okay, so let's see what's getting back. Hit heavy cavalry only. Well, you can say that. If it is advantaged, no, certainly not. Well, the Prussian cavalry had a bad day there.
Oh lord, alright.
So they'll be running.
Yeah.
Well, I guess those 4 at least will be spent.
James has given orders that he's going to wait on this hill until his cavalry that he sent out scouting returns back. He sent one of his cavalry scouting 45 minutes to the south. So the next few turns are probably just going to be going to him. Okay, do you want to continue waiting?
All right, in the center, how far did the infantry move? I mean, they could be considered in range.
Okay.
How far did they move to
the
deploy?
cavalry wouldn't engage. They will simply pull back. Keep pulling back.
Yep, makes sense. Very good. The cavalry commander here, is he sitting there or accompanying any?
Wait. Is it? It's Joffrey. All right. Easy.
Okay,
here.
perfect.
All right.
I guess that is everything for this turn.
All right.
6:45 then.
Okay, let's do this then.
I need to move, play the trail there.
Right.
Oops, that's the wrong one.
Alright, I'm gonna go and deliver dispatches and then go down to break.
Go pots.
And we'll continue the engagement.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, you all basically gather in the vicinity of Shabanos, and the infantry are starting engaging the enemy position. The enemy guns and infantry are shooting back at you. Can you see that? No. I guess you can see that in the eastern part, or at the town mill of Przebos, there seem to be Prussian infantry battalions, and you can hear from, even though you all hear the gunfire and so on, you can hear from the north, which sounds like a grumbling sound, like cavalry movement in the distance, and that is it.
Where's Sheplos? Is it the one town to my west, kinda? Southwest,
Yeah,
west?
Przebos is southwest of us.
Other side of the lake.
Yeah, it's the reserve guy. It's nothing to worry about.
Alright. Making sure.
We continue attacking, right, Hans?
Yeah, I'll continue attacking, but should I commit it all in, or should I keep
No,
them?
keep the reserve, please.
Okay, fine. The 2 units that I had advancing over, we can turn them into the reserves. The 2 others keep on firing.
Gotcha.
That's essentially my order.
Okay. Blazer, you stay here?
If Blazer is not here, can I order his artillery for him?
Yes, he has given permission for you to do so.
Okay. The artillery has orders to just get into as convenient and quick position as they can and begin firing on the enemy infantry, protecting the enemy guns. Or is it just support the general infantry advance?
Yep.
So, how's Panovitz coming along?
Panovitz is much further back than I am.
Alright, so you continue your march in the column behind the batteries. To the south you can hear artillery and musketry, and to the north there is, or northeast from your position, there's sort of a grumbling sound in the distance, which sounds like cavalry marching over a plains, or maybe even quicker than just marching, but anyways. Do you have any orders? What do you want to do when you arrive at Shabanos? Do you continue south with what's, let's see, there, the hill is over there. Do you continue past it to the south and then turn to the east, or what's the route you want to go? Are you there? Hello? Well, I'll be back, I guess.
I'm back. Sorry. I
Ah,
had
there you are.
my mic on mute and didn't realise.
Okay. So you did hear my report?
I could just go through it again because I was frantically trying to unmute myself.
Okay, sure. So to the south, so you're still following the guns. To the south, you can hear musketry and gunfire, not far away. And to the northeast, you hear sort of a rumbling sound in the distance, which sounds like a lot of cavalry moving over a plains. And that is about it.
Okay.
Do you want to continue your march southwards, and when do you want to shift or turn eastwards to get to that hill?
So I kind of want to go southwest. I want to try and get towards Pobbles, but try and avoid contact with the enemy. So I'm trying to look at the routes. I'm not sure if it's going to be blocked or not. I may have to go around the other side of the
Okay, yeah, so that means basically through Chabonos and then
Yep.
the road that leads to the east. Okay, good.
Cool. That's all basically. Just I'm going to go that way.
Perfect. He just wants to continue marching. Okay. Looks like now maybe the Prussians get into a pickle there. Okay, let's see. So this fight will, of course, continue. We have 2, 3, 5, and the guns. I guess that curry will fall back. Excuse me. Oh, James starts moving again. Seems he's tired of sitting on that hill. Is Peter starting to fall back, or what's going on here? Or is he getting reinforcements? I'm not quite sure. Or is he personally riding over there? Maybe that's the case. Check what's going up in Blinker and then return to his soldiers. Well, Manstein, the best troops are in the reserve, the concentrated grenadier battalions there. And he he did really move a lot this game because he's at the rear of the column and.
Well,
I see some movement in the south. What's going on?
Yeah. So we have a group of cavalry that are riding with all speed towards the sound of the guns.
Okay.
We have the reserves redeploying. They are moving into this town here
to
threaten the flank of these forces. They're not crossing the river yet. Yep. But we're given orders to move up.
Yeah, as they are sort of deployed, I will move them slightly back.
Yep.
Okay, so to report on the center, the brigade is occupying the heights over Blinker, and are gonna, I think, provide cover, waiting for Lutzau to retreat. And then first brigade and the reserve brigade are gonna continue to advance down the main roads.
Okay.
How fast was infantry marching? Along
Marching columns is 4 grids on good roads.
Okay, so they are going to still be out in the open here. How do you do that? Those arrows?
If you flip the piece, hit the F, right, and then the C for marching column.
Oh yeah, I see it. This is that same cavalry, that same infantry that was routed once by this cavalry last night. Great.
Okay, what's Lutzu doing? What are these arrow indicating? Is Lutzu actually moving?
He himself is riding up to this town where he
Okay.
was under the impression there would be some cavalry waiting for him, and he gave instructions if there was not, he was going to ride immediately back.
Okay, well I guess then he returns immediately. Alright, then let's see how that combat is going here.
Alright.
Pew pew pew.
Is there a lot of pew pew in the south?
Oh, not so much, but
oh,
fire. Okay, these guys are smashed.
Brigades won't be
Smashed by the guns. Which puts a disruption on these guys as well. So that's the guns. Even if the enemy's advantaged, yep. That was a hit. Only in bad terrain, nope. Oops. Not the case. What do we have here? Well, they are moving down into the valley, so they are in bad terrain. 3 experience, nope. And the enemy is certainly not in bad terrain, so these guys are running as well. Now one could argue that these guys would potentially also run, but I don't think so. These are disrupted. And the reserves move forwards. And these guns are ready to open next turn, as are these.
I say these guys were under kind of standing orders to rotate, the reserves in if required, but I don't think it looks like they're required at this point.
No, and it's also a very difficult task to do.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess the cavalry here will keep evading. In the center?
in the north, yeah. Yeah, in the north, yeah.
Makes sense. All right.
Who's moving the Greaves? I let you move the light cavalry as they are receding from the infantry.
Yeah, we're just gonna probably keep falling back, to be honest.
Okay. But the artillery should be able to fire this turn, right? They deployed last turn, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I think it was either at this squadron or the general. What? Probably both, I think.
Yeah, it's hard
Also,
to.
they are to evade artillery fire. I told him there was some hills around that road that he will be able to evade artillery fire.
Yeah.
So
maybe if he rolls a 1, he got shot. Nope. Don't roll a 1. Okay, then we
good
should
advice. That's a good advice. Don't roll a 1.
We should be good to give 0700 reports then, I guess. I think as looking at the situation, there might be some sort of conclusion once this cavalry in the north decides to do something. We see.
The cavalry in the north, no, it's to stay put.
Yeah, it makes sense to rest there. Yeah, sure. I guess these guys will continue moving though. Get away. All right. Time for reports.
Okay.
Hello. So, the crowd is gathering. Combat continues. The Hülsen Regiment, both battalions of the Hülsen Regiment, are forced to rout by artillery fire. And your batteries are now in a position to open fire on the enemy very soon. And what else do we have? Panwitz Brigade is arriving. And I guess that is, well, I guess you have indications that to the south, the forces you did see there at the mill ponds, they seem to be advancing in the direction of the enemy in front of you.
Okay. I think we just continue the attack, unless you object, KB.
No, we continue the attack and then.
For me to continue my march south.
Yes.
So I'll try and take the western road and get away from.
Yeah, you continue south, and then once you are just west of Ports, you form up and you go attack their rear. Okay.
Yes, sir. And it's like one of my battalions has taken a hit or something on the way through though. So.
Yeah, they got disrupted, a little bit shaken by seeing their comrades run past them screaming.
That's fine. No worries. Yes, yeah, so I just want to take the westernmost of the two roads that go around Praden, because I want to try and stay away from the Austrians.
Makes sense.
I will follow Leroy to help him coordinate his attack.
I don't need any help.
Will do. Okay.
KB?
Yes.
What's Dogpilot doing right now? You know?
He's on the move.
To where?
He should be on your
Your left flank. He should arrive at soon.
Yeah, he's on the east.
Okay.
And Leroy's column stretches for kilometers on that.
Yeah, he's behind it.
Okay, I guess he's rather moving Was the player's AFK right now, but he gave me some general indications of where to go. And I assume these guys will join the fight. Well, it's still an interesting situation anyways. Could go either way. But I guess this will still result in a Prussian defeat. Unfortunately, because the Habsburgs just have so many forces. Oops. That's even the Leib regiment that was the king's own. Was completely shattered there. Oh, it's my turn in time of crisis, should I? While we're waiting for orders, I could do my turn. Oh.
All right.
Alright.
So Pete is trying to reposition under fire. I'm not sure this will go particularly well for him, but he's giving it a good go. These guys are under instructions to block this passage. These guys are under instructions to make this passage.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Also, going to keep this guy kind of here so he can co-locate with those guys next turn.
Nope. Sounds good.
this guy is meant to move over here. What do we think are the chances of this one being able to disengage this turn?
I don't think they can.
Okay, yep. Then I'll let him know as such.
All right, let's see. So coming here. Okay, we will resolve this combat first. Oops.
Just to confirm, Pete seemed to think there was a brigade of infantry marching down this way. Is that happening?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I'm sure he will be very disappointed when that doesn't happen.
Right. Okay, what do we have here? Hit also if fired more than 50 minutes. Well, that is a hit then. And these guns will... Well, I guess there's good reason to say they are shattered. Or do the shoes run away? I don't think so. Okay, that's those guns. These guns. Hit. Oh, I hit back.
I think our Austrian commander is a time traveler here. He's sending dispatches from 7:30.
So now these guys are making way. Whoever's coming there. Okay, but
these guys were moving up to kind of this position, so I think they would fall back behind them rather than across the river.
Yeah, sounds good. These guys are going. These should be rallying now.
Also, we've got another cavalry charge over here in the west to resolve when we finish this one.
This hit doesn't matter anymore. 3-3, they are not, and those are getting tired and low on ammunition. Then we have the next fight here. Oops.
Yeah, they won't let themselves get shot, no.
It deploys in bad terrain. One can argue that that is the case. Ammo low, and that's nothing. Okay. So what's next? The cavalry charge. So these guys are ordered to continue their march, right?
Well, they weren't given any new orders, but their last order was to march to this town.
Okay, yeah, they will certainly reach the town before the cavalry can reach them. So now the big question is, would the hussars still try to overwhelm them?
They were under instructions to. So I mean, I'm happy to go in and double check with that commander.
Well, yeah, as he is with them, yeah, ask him very briefly if he wants to skirmish or charge or whatever. Accidentally grabbed the wrong die
for which unit?
Down here in the south. Okay, let's take a look at these guys. What's going on here?
So basically, his cavalry is giving ground to any advance. They don't let themselves get shot by artillery or infantry.
Yeah, guess they can move a little bit further then. They are still sitting. Yeah, I guess we can start rallying these guys up again. Rush.
And what was those guys then?
Charge aborted.
Yeah,
right around the town.
Okay.
They've been resting for way longer than the cuirassiers. Right. And I guess those ones are just strategies, right?
Yeah, they are just. I mean, they are actually like a guard regiment, so maybe they come back or let's say 2 of them come back, maybe. This one is
Maybe we
just...
can let them get shattered and they reform slowly at Planau.
Yeah,
and eventually someday they will.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Like 3 of them are shattered and they will require 1 per turn, maybe.
Sounds good.
Alright.
Okay, I did really these guys. Those guys moved. Yep. I guess that should be it then. Let's remove the lines. And give
what we're doing in terms of reports here now that Dante and KB are co-located. Do you want me to do KB's report as well?
Sure, yeah, sure, do that.
I'm well. Right, I'll do this group to the south.
Perfect. Very good, thank you. Okay, then it is 7:15. And I put them all into blue 2.
Yeah.
All right, hello there.
Hey.
So, one of the enemy battalions was routed, but apparently so was one of yours. I mean, the Hülsen regiment is rallying in your rear. They should be good to get back into action next turn. If you want to commit them. The guns are disabled for now. They have basically...
Wait, I believe Hans is away at the moment. I think he's getting dinner.
Oh, okay.
I suppose you can give a report to me, but you don't really need to go into that kind of detail for me.
He has not given me any indications of what to do, so you are in command anyways.
All right. How does the fight look like it's going? Are we winning?
It seems like the enemy battery was silenced, but so was one of yours, and on both sides units were routing. So
Did you say one of our units is rallied?
Yes, the Hülsen regiment, so 2 battalions should be able to get back into the fight next turn.
Okay, once they're rallied fully, I want to grab them personally, and I won't lead from the front, but I'll lead from like right behind, like the front line, as the King of Prussia, and order them to advance upon the enemy and get them back in the fight.
Sounds good. And I guess that's all I have to report for now. These guys need to move. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, but they see these guys, so I mean, they probably start to deploy. Did I give him a screenshot? Don't put it there. I did not. But I guess we skip that for now then. Because I already continued moving him. Oh, the player is not at the computer right now anyways. Doesn't matter too much. Okay, back to my turn. Military points 1. It's not good enough. Set. All right. Is there still anybody out there watching? See a few in the chat. Not sure if that's always up to date though. What's this sort of building? Quite sure what that is. So my critique would be that both armies lost their focus right early on. But that's interesting. Maybe if there would not have been this overnight conference debate, they would probably have stick with their plans. Or maybe not, I don't know. Just an assumption. If people have too much time and imagination to reconsider, then and they do these kind of things. Enemy advance. They're really behind them. The grenadiers are ready. And I believe in... Maybe it comes down to that cavalry charge there. So maybe 2 more turns and then I guess it's time to call it a day. Because those forces especially are way too tired by now.
Alright.
Okay. do we have? What's going on? A cavalry charge there.
Finally, some action in the north. He wants to charge with the heavy cavalry. I mean, against the heavy cavalry.
Okay. Alright, well, the infantry is not in a position to support them, I guess, or are they? Well,
yeah,
maybe.
They have been advancing towards this turn.
Yeah, let's give them, both of them together, 1 die.
Alright.
Oops. To get the smoke. Sure if Greece is trying to point something else to us. Greece was running his cursor up and down here over that combat. I don't know if he wanted to point something out.
No, he wanted to charge the enemy heavy cavalry.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't know there are 2 brigades, not 1. Anyway.
Alright, let's see. The infantry does nothing. 3, no. That would be a disruption. Heavy cavalry, yes. And sometimes these things confuse me a little bit, so this is
It's been done. Kottendorf is like reformed along the ridge facing Odin directly. He sent scouts to the historical site of the battle at the bridge overlooking Libos Tritz. He thinks that a potential Prussian brigade is going to advance from their rear. In the center itself, Marshall and Remingen are advancing. I've had them halt because they've, of course, run into cuirassiers and infantry now to their front. So I think the artillery was under orders to fire at the cuirassiers and then at General Norman, but they've just unlimbered, so it'll be next turn. Then to the north, you've got the 3rd Brigade, which is pouring fire into the flanks of the enemy dragoons.
Alright.
So I guess the dragoons have to fall back, right? No.
Yes, they have both frontline units have to fall back.
Happening with Walworth, by the way? Is he? He's got. I think I don't know if I think the routed mark is on him or if it's for the cuirassiers.
It's on the unit, but as he is, I assume he's with the unit. They are basically just like carrying him away. The big question is, do we have player deaths here? So Dawn was in the...
For FYI, Dawn, I just moved him there prematurely for next turn. He's kind of still on his way over.
Perfect. Alright, Sandy is out of the equation. Oops. But Woolworth... Yes, Wilvard. He was with his guys. Let's say 1 to 4 is a wound. Nope.
Okay. So, Pete is trying to pull everything except for this unit and this unit out of this envelope.
So this unit is staying here, right?
That unit is basically being told to die as hard as they can.
Okay. Okay, well, there's that creek in between. We can.
We weren't sure what the white block on the guns meant, but he figured that the guns were not going to be mobile enough to escape anyway. So.
Yeah, they are disabled basically, so they can't get away. I will.
Yep. So the rest of these forces were to kind of move in a column up towards Blinker. He was going to try and sit on these guys to bring them back into good order if possible.
Yep. Okay.
Then, in terms of this unit here, these guys were under orders to extend the line. Every Kriegspieler's favourite pastime.
Yep.
That's not. Meanwhile, Lowell had to disappear off for a moment, so he handed command up to KB. KB is ordering these units to continue marching and try and. Well, if there are forces, if there are forces in Pomors, deploy and take the town. If there are not, move through and deploy up here.
Okay, very good.
I don't think he's going to have the movement to reach there at this turn anyway, but that's going to happen. But at the same time, we also have this cavalry here, which are under orders to ride across this bridge and.
Yeah. I would assume these guys see them coming, and then they can at least put one battalion to block that crossing and prevent that from happening. So then this combat here, the artillery hit at all ranges, so these guys are getting out there quicker than they wanted to. Let's see. This down here. This I hit. I'm having lags again. Let's see. Veteran, it's not the case. That is a hit. That is a hit and ammo. Which then also disrupts these. Alright, and these guys are ordered to advance, so they will capture the guns.
Finally, some decisive action.
Yeah. So the cavalry has done quite some fighting. They have the part of the 2nd Heavy Brigade there, the Habsburgs, which could still do something. Well, the Prussians have this regiment there.
Does whoever's dealing with Hans and Friedrich want to take over James this turn?
I can do that, yes.
Since he seems to be moving out of the south and up to kind of the centre.
Yep. Very good.
So this one's coming up. This cavalry here is this block here is slowly riding to catch up to him.
Okay. Did they move already this turn?
Yeah, I just moved him now.
Okay. Very good. All right. Well, I guess I don't know.
7:30, right?
Yeah. 1 or 2 more turns. I guess then the armies are sort of getting into a tired state. But we'll see what happens. 7:30 then.
I'm doing Pete, Dante, and KB and Level.
Okay.
I like how in Akail's reports it came from Friedrich the soon-to-be great to Friedrich the questionable.
I'm gonna go down and give 730 reports.
Very good. Well, glory to Prussia, I guess. The battalions of the Hilsen Regiment have carried the position and driven the enemy back with support of, I guess, Zieten's reserve forces attacking through the town to the south. What else can I tell you? You can see that an enemy infantry line is advancing north of Blinker towards the west. But there appears to be Manstein's Grenadier Brigade coming up to counter that. If that is sufficient, you do not know. To the west, a battalion of, who is that? Commander of Panwitz's brigade has quickly reacted to block the crossing at the town as enemy hussars tried to push across and fall into your rear. Any questions or orders?
I would say just continue the advance aggressively unless you do anything
Yeah,
else.
my troops are a little bit all over the place. I need to rally them and get a battle line going before I can continue advancing.
No, we need to keep advancing. We need an aggressive push in this situation.
Alright, but I have
But
literally scattered all over the place.
at least the Hilsen Regiment needs to continue going. I think they're completely fresh and they've got momentum. So, yeah.
Hilsen, are they even mine?
I'm not sure.
Oh, wait, they are. Huh, okay. Interesting.
Are they even mine?
Then, I was out eating dinner for a moment, so probably it's a part where I missed.
Okay, we will do that. Thank you. Hello.
Oh.
Okay, so the Grenadier battalions have deployed into line. There's an rather large enemy line advancing north of Blinker towards your position. It seems to be extending to the north, to the main road, and then sort of to the northeast as far as you can see. That there's still heavy fighting to your south. Can you see that? Yes, you see enemy movement from the south towards Blinker. And can I tell you anything else? No, I cannot. That would be all. Questions or orders?
Just hold the line here.
Yes.
Do you mind coming back to me in just a second?
No, no worries. I can do that. James, hello. So, as you were trying to cross that bridge, one battalion of the enemy marching column, which moved from the north to the south along that road there, reacted and blocked the access. So your cavalry has rather decided to stay in town than to press forwards across that, I guess, dam or whatever that is. You can hear to the east heavy fighting noises. You're still aware that one enemy battalion at least is in Prijbos to your south. And I guess that is about it.
Alright. We'll shift south again and then cross along that other crossing now that there's no one there.
That would be as Przeboz or what's the other one? Boschitz?
The one between the two towns and the two bridges, the little green land crossing area.
Yep, got it. Very good. And if there are enemy forces, do you want to skirmish with them or?
Yeah, we'll skirmish if someone tries to oppose us.
Very good. Oops. I deleted the die instead of rolling it like a pro. No, that routing stuff is not going to happen here. Nope. Question is James shot from his horse? 1 to 3. Well, he's hit. That's the 1. Don't roll a 1. Don't roll a 1. And that is 83, which is just a scratch. Okay. He's lucky today. Lucky today. Let me double check for dispatches. Did I miss any? Don't think so. Looks good.
All right. I don't think I gave Carpenter this report.
Munchdown, have you given your orders already, or do you have any for me?
They are to keep current position.
Very good.
I'm too close to the enemy to retreat.
Yeah, we see. We will see about that. Infantry. I mean, they are probably the best infantry on the in the game. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I get the idea that this battalion that was ordered to pull back out of that town isn't pulling back out of that town.
No, I guess they will stay and defend.
I also have a very optimistic instruction that these two battalions are to bayonet charge this retreating column.
No, not quite, not quite.
So, well, just to confirm, so what are these guys doing here?
They are ordered to aggressively continue the attack or pursue the fleeing enemy.
Right. Are they going to have the speed to do that while these guys are pulling back in disarray?
I don't think so, no. So these guys will probably run here somewhere where there are friends. And
Yeah, all of Pete's guys are aiming to kind of pull up along the road to the north up there to reconstitute themselves.
Okay, then we will get some disruption here because they are running all over the place.
Yeah, and I did specifically confirm to him priority is getting up there over maintaining cohesion.
Yep.
In centre's finish, I think in the centre itself, they're advancing up that road, but I think it's safe to say that the 3 infantry would stop and open fire on the Prussians. I don't know if that artillery can fire over the heads of the infantry. I don't think so, but
No, they are in a stream, so it's the worst possible position for artillery.
Even if they were on high ground behind their troops, that's usually you don't want to have that to happen because you will scare your own forces to hell.
To confirm, this guy here, is it good to resume his march?
Yes, I mean if they really want to give up that crossing point, they can. Not sure if that's...
Well, they will have received more instructions to continue marching down here this turn, so do we think there's a clear and present threat that would mean they ignored orders?
I would believe so, yes.
Okay, then they will continue there, and I'll have them send back a message with the rider that gave them the orders.
Okay, bad terrain is not the case. One disruption. Here, one disruption on here. Blow ammo here.
Is this smoke going to start clearing?
What was that?
This smoke around here, I think that's going to start clearing at this point.
Yeah, it can. Go away.
Away.
Hit in bad terrain, no. That is... Well, all hopes rested on the Prussian grenadiers, but they did nothing.
Sad.
So it certainly looks like things are going a lot better for the Austrians in the north than in the south.
Yeah, apparently. Although the Prussians, they by now should be quite tired. Do we have any more combat in the north here? The cavalry? Are they?
No.
No. Okay. Well, I'm contemplating to call it a day here. I don't think...
Yeah, these guys are not going to punch through an entire fresh brigade.
No. So basically, the Prussians are stopped here.
As soon as these guys, unless both of these guys hold, there's going to be an entire brigade of cavalry in the rear as well.
I mean, there's no. I think it will hold because they are in a village, right?
Yes. Okay. Well, yes.
I mean, it all comes down to whether those troops can decide the fate of the battle.
I don't think they can. They are tired by now. So especially Braunschweig's brigade is basically spent for the day, and then yes, of course, these Panwitz, they haven't done much.
These guys just ran with bayonets fixed after a fleeing column.
Yeah, and then they are running into a fresh brigade, so yeah. That's not happening. Okay, very interesting game. Let's get the players up. How do I do that best? Move to lobby.
Oh, Pete's just gone AFK for 10 minutes. Wonderful.
Move to lobby. I wish there was an easier way to do that, actually. Move.
What has happened?
What has happened?
The war is over.
Well, maybe. Berlin has fallen.
Not again.
What?
That's the third time this week.
Man, those Berliners, they must have extra flags from all kinds of countries in their closets or something.
They're probably already starting to learn Russian.
I moved them. I moved some of them to the lobby. Let's move to the lobby.
Let's all go to the lobby.
No, not the lobby. No. All right.
All right. That confusion is fixed as well. Okay. So, that was quite an interesting battle for many reasons. And I would first of all like to ask Blazertray and then Felix what they think the enemy's objective was.
My guess would be I think just to hold the road of the main road and hold New Cologne, and try and stop us from advancing along, and basically hold that line of supply and possibly advance along it would be my guess.
Okay.
Well, I know what the historical objective was, which was to stop us from reaching Prague. So I would assume that this was here the case as well.
All right. Well, the briefings didn't indicate a very specific objective, right? So it was basically up to you to interpret the descriptions and then decide what to do. And how do you two think the battle is going for your sides, respectively?
I would say I think it's going relatively well. I think that we have the enemy's main force is concentrated to our north, whereas we've only got a light force there, and we are concentrated where there's little of them and advancing and keeping them occupied in the north. So I think it's going relatively well.
Yeah, I also think it's going relatively well for us. We have a small force holding up the main enemy force while our main force is advancing as planned.
All right. Okay.
We come up with precisely opposite plans, I think.
Well, let me share my screen.
Jan, I can also do so as well.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Because I am on your table.
Then go ahead, please.
So I have pretty good bandwidth here, so that's why I'm offering.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so that was very, very interesting. I give a brief indication of what the starting situation was. So the Prussians were able to decide whether to come in along the main road as they did historically, or via this road in the south, and they decided to take the northern one and have a detachment in this direction. The Habsburgs, on the other hand, were allowed to deploy anywhere east of the chain of mill ponds, so basically east of this line here. And what they did was to deploy a solid infantry position here, heavy cavalry, and then some forward elements. Further to the south. Remove that. So basically here, and then cavalry on the flanks again, light cavalry in that case. when the Prussians advanced, they quickly, I mean, the cavalry, light cavalry was in front. They quickly found the enemy line and sort of delayed them or skirmished with them. They got under pressure by the heavy cavalry a little bit. I think too much in the evening. That was going on in the next day then. And then we had this overnight conference. Not everybody was able to attend it. I think one player per team was not able to because of the situation they found themselves in. The Prussian detachment down here was basically cut off, and as was the Habsburg light cavalry on this flank, which was basically sort of out of position to reach the meeting point. And both teams decided to alter their plans, I guess. I'm not quite sure if the Prussian plan was from the beginning to move to the south and then get to the Kammerjäck high ground. Maybe it was. But what baffled me quite a lot was the Habsburg decision to leave their deployment and form marching column in the face of enemy cavalry forces and advance into the enemy cavalry marching column. I'd be interested to hear why that seemed to be a good option for you. Well, as that then unfolded, the Prussian cavalry committed to a frontal charge. Of course they did, and they repelled, I think, almost the whole brigade there. Were then forced to fall back because there were more forces coming in, and the Habsburg cavalry was pushing from the north. So they were basically forced to screen and delay the enemy for the rest of the game. They had some heavier fights in the north there. The Leib Regiment Dragoons were utterly crushed around Rodinek. What else did we have? Well, here in this area, sort of the main Prussian attack developed here against a single brigade, which was positioned behind that small creek there. And the Prussians, they suffered quite a lot. They had several battalions rout and reform and go back in, rout again. So they are basically exhausted. They have another brigade marching the long route to the south, which is now advancing in the direction of Blinker. Is coming in here. But as they arrive there, they are basically charging into a fresh Habsburg brigade, which is sitting there and hasn't done much for the rest of the game. The light cavalry in the south, they try to constantly find an open crossing point to get into the enemy's rear and stop this column movement here from happening. And if they would have found one, that would have been, I guess, a decisive blow against the Prussians. But they had battalions sitting around guarding these or quickly reacting out of their marching column to stop that from happening. So as the situation presents itself right now, I think, well, I'm not quite sure how to judge the outcome here. I believe the main Prussian thrust in the south is worn out. They can't really take Blinker right now, especially as there's a fresh Habsburg brigade sitting there. On the other hand, that Habsburg brigade will not be able to, on its own, push back the Prussians from that position. And in the north, well, the center is maybe a point that is contested, but there are cuirassiers who could countercharge and push back that infantry there. In the very north, that cavalry is basically in a stalemate, I would say. I mean, the heavies are not able to attack this town, and the Prussian cavalry forces are mostly spent or tired as well. They have been fighting all morning. So that's not much going to happen there. And then the big question is what will be written in the history books, which side decides to retire from this situation. And the other side will then probably be declared the winner of this battle 100 years later or so. Judging from the overall strategic situation, the outcome is probably the same for the Prussians as it was historically. Frederick was very overconfident and believed that the Habsburgs would still be the Habsburgs they had been in the Second Silesian War. So pushing in aggressively, doing some flanking attacks would basically rout their army. And historically at Kolin, he got quite a bloody nose. So that didn't work out. He wasn't aware of the actual size of the enemy army, but that didn't matter too much to him. What I find interesting, maybe Marshall, if you shift down to the edge of the table down here, that's an interesting point before we get back to the analysis. This is the actual order of battle, the historical order of battle. As you can see, the Habsburg forces had, I don't know, 20,000 or so more men than the Prussians brought to the fight. But it's very interesting because if we go back up, all this fighting historically basically happened in this area, right? The Prussians charged this high ground and the Habsburgs just held this line. That was all that happened. And now try to imagine to stick this whole blob of yellow pieces into this small of an area. Okay, back to the battle then. Let's see, we are quite a number of people here. How do we continue? Well, maybe first of all, let's go back to Felix and Blizzard Trail. Now, seeing the overall situation, do you agree with my assessment, or do you assess the situation differently?
I suppose I'll go first. I think I'm less confident that we're winning now. We do. I think generally what I would, or what I was planning to do, not commenting on anything that I've learned from Fog of War, I was planning to basically commit most of my reserves to continue that assault on Blinka, then basically concentrate on the southern flank and hopefully sweep round to cut the Austrians, cut that road and force the Austrians to retire. We do have those cuirassiers. I think I would probably, at the moment when at the game end, I'm in the south, so I would probably might have transferred them to the south, but learning of this larger force in the north, I might not have. I'm not sure how the north would play out. Yeah, I think the south might be more decisive than the north. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's yeah. I don't know. After Felix, maybe go to Achilles and KB, since they were my wing commanders who were managing most of the sort of tactical stuff. But,
yeah, so my initial plan was to be, so I was expecting the Prussians to come down the main road and be aggressive. And so I was going to, with a defensive deployment across the road, as you described, and then have some forces in the south to be able to react if they do not do what I thought they would. And at first, when the cavalry showed up, I was very happy because I thought they had done what I expected. But then it turned out that no, they were actually attacking in the south, or in the center, I guess. And so we had to improvise, as I had expected already might happen. And so as my interpretation of our objective was to push through to Prague, and also heavily favored by Marshall, this idea was to push forward and try to get through and try to slow them down in the south. And so Peter was basically doing an amazing job there, keeping this position there. And as he had correctly identified, he had a very good defensive position there. And so in the end now, we're at the stage where basically Peter was ordered, or I don't know if he got the order or if his position became untenable, but to retreat. And we had this one brigade there in Blinka to cover his retreat. And I was fairly confident that we would be able to push through in the north until the cuirassiers showed up. So I was starting to worry there. And I think you're right that it's very unclear if we would be able to push through in the north. And I think so regarding the situation with the marching column into the
into the cavalry. I think that was a little bit of a mistiming. So the idea was that our cuirassiers would come down and sweep the cavalry away, and then the infantry would march through. But also a little bit of Marshall being very aggressive, and also maybe a little bit Napoleonic's influenced in this more like aggressive marching instead of careful maneuvering.
Don't you know you should always do the opposite of what Marshall is suggesting?
He said he already applied that, so that he was already saying the opposite of what he think we should do. So I was relying on that.
There you go.
Now Marshall needs to do the opposite of the opposite.
Whatever Marshall says you should do not do it.
Right. Okay. Let's go to the wing commanders then. I guess let's continue with Marshall as we're at it right now.
I am, of course, the genius behind today's victory, precisely because my initial thought was, man, we just need to hold this line and we're going to stay here and we're not going to move. So when everybody was like, what do you think? I'm like, well, we need to attack. Actually, we went for 45 minutes, an hour. We only saw like some vedettes and there were some like hussars out there. And I was really concerned that the enemy might be flanking to our north. But then I learned that we had cuirassiers up there and there was no report there. So I'm like, no, they're going south. Or they're coming up this road. But I think they're going south because if they were coming up this road, they would have appeared already. So in discussion with Felix, it was agreed, as well as my commanders, it was agreed we would go ahead and push. And so we did. And I just kept pushing, just push, rotate the units, so as they take losses, they can fall back and fresh units go up, keep a reserve. Eventually, when Peter was getting overrun, I had to send my reserve brigade to help him out because we wanted him to be able to retreat. So we did send the reserve down there to cover his retreat. It looks like it had some success. I think the most brilliant decision, however, of the game, unfortunately, cannot be credited to me. I was pushing up this road, and as I was pushing up the main road, I realized, man, we're just trying to steamroll, and the cavalry is brilliantly saying, okay, fall back, deploy, and then they got fresh cavalry units coming up. So whoever's doing that is doing a pretty good job of running the cavalry. And then one of my commanders, I'm not sure who, it may have been Aviator, I'm not sure. I do want the right person to get credit, but I think they made the decision of the game. I would declare them the winner of the Kriegsspiel because they said, let's flank around on the right. And that, of course, is the correct thing to do. When the enemy is strong to your front and you're not necessarily strong, but they're slowing you down, yes, you flank them and turn them out, so they have to give you that ground. And you don't have to keep pushing them in frontal assault after frontal assault. So I think we would have ultimately won the day if our objective is, in fact, to get through to Prague. I'm not told anywhere that we need to defend or worry about the line of communication in today's case. I'm told, or my understanding is, we need to get to Prague and help. They need more muskets there. And we're bringing the muskets. So that was the logic behind my calculus, and I think Felix foolishly agreed with me, which is the last time he'll make that mistake.
I guess historically, Down's thinking was that, I mean, if you have very good ground and you are there prepared before the enemy arrives, then why not let the enemy just run into you, and then once you have crushed the enemy, you can still pursue them and rush for Prague, right?
Yeah, I think we were concerned they were actually flanking south. And if our real strategic objective was to get to Prague, then let's get to Prague. What are we doing standing here? We could have what we call a Mexican standoff and stare at each other all day, and that would become de facto a Prussian victory. We don't want that. From our logic, from our perspective. Absolutely. So that's why we did what we did.
Sure.
I'm pretty proud of the team. I am very proud of how everyone played. In fact, the players that played as my subordinates, I know Aviator, I don't know really the other two very well. they played like veteran players. I'm very proud of how they performed. Very proud.
Great to hear. Okay, let's continue with the Habsburg team then and go to Peter and James, because they basically were the left wing, so to say.
James, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. So I was the Hussars on the far left of the line. I started in Kirchenau. And basically was on my own the whole game and had a whole lot of fun with it. My objectives were kind of to hold the line and make sure no one was coming around further south. We suspected, Peter rightfully predicted they'd be coming with their main thrust down the main road. So wasn't expecting anything my way. But so on the first day, towards the end of the day, we saw the enemy battalion. I was going to go, or brigade, I was going to go scouting, but then I saw a juicy target as they left a single battalion to defend themselves. So in the waning sunlight, I charged and routed 2 battalions and had fun with that. And then the following day, I did the scouting I was supposed to do the day before, and then basically got behind the enemy lines and was trying to find an opening to hit the rear, but they had a good position with river and lakes blocking their rear, so it made it difficult. And my main sneak attack didn't quite happen in time, unfortunately, but I had a lot of fun with it.
Okay. Yeah. So I was commanding the infantry on the southern flank, and it again, Marshall's master plan was basically to consume my my group in an inferno of musket balls and cannonballs to basically soak up as much of the enemy attack and die in the process. But sorry, I failed you, Marshall. I was actually able to escape a little bit from that.
I was just wanting to adopt Lizzie for myself.
Yeah. They came close. They did come close, but yeah, the need to get back to lovely Lizzie was too much, and I brought most of the group back with me. So yeah, you'll have to wait your turn on that. But that was a really good battle. Obviously, I was involved in contact for pretty much the whole game. So very enjoyable, and I hope I did my job. I was away when everyone was talking about who won and all this kind of thing. So I don't actually know who won, but I think I did my job relatively well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then over to the right wing of the Habsburgs. That would be Joffy.
Yeah, I have been a first-time player here with you, so I had to orient myself a little bit, but I think I coped very well. I had a lot of fun, and from my perspective, the situation was very clear. I had the northernmost heavy cavalry that was more or less storming against some isolated, detached cavalry units of the Prussians, and simply pressed forward as commanded. All very well. Thank you very much for having me.
Sure, you're welcome. All right. Then let's switch over to the Prussians. I know there are, of course, more commanders in the Habsburg Center. We get to you eventually. Let's go over and hear from Achilles first.
All right. I had the cavalry force up in the north. Well, it was all there was up in the north because we didn't have any infantry up there at all. After during the night phase, I asked Blazer for the detachment of dragoons from the heavy group, and he gave them to me, which I put up in Radomic because I anticipated some kind of try to swing around my left up there. Other than that, my orders were to keep the enemy occupied for as long as possible up there while everything happened down south. And after that early morning charge by Lawrence's dragoons on the head of that infantry column there, which so gloriously appeared in front of us. It was very kind. After that, of course, those dragoons were spent, so they had to fall back and recover, which meant that I was holding off all of those Austrians up there, the heavy cavalry and all that infantry, with 4 squadrons of hussars. And I spent most of the day holding off all of those forces with 4 squadrons of hussars. Eventually, that Austrian heavy cavalry did come around on the north and ran into those dragoons. And of course, those dragoons were severely overmatched, which I kind of anticipated they would be. But hopefully they at least slowed them down, caused them to wear themselves out a little bit, destroying that force. And then I dispatched Lawrence once his dragoons had recovered. I dispatched them to that hill crossroad to the northeast of Planinane or whatever it is. And they ran into that force coming down. At that point, I was falling back towards that city, towards that town, until eventually that's where we ended up. But basically, we were just trying to keep them all occupied for as long as we could with our tiny little outgunned force. So I think we did pretty well doing that.
I know our arms got tired swinging at your heads, but
we just kept falling back, redeploy, fall back, redeploy. Is I mean, I'm sitting there with 4 every time I see in a screenshot, I've got 4 hussar squadrons, and I'm looking at this long line of Austrians and all this Austrian heavy cavalry, and I'm like, if these guys ever just come straight at us, they're going to run right over us because I've got nothing to put in front of them, and there's nothing there, Eventually, the cuirassiers were sent up there, but the cuirassiers were never under my command, and I didn't, in fact, even know that they were there. So I had no clue that they were to my south. But anyway, yeah, I think we did our function relatively well, and Lanzor did a really good job with his dragoons under my command. So I'm very pleased with that. Thank you, guys.
All right. I think Zieten has left us already, but then to KB, to the right wing.
Hello. Yeah, my objective was on the first day I was instructed that I was going to go up along the main road and then hook at the Austrians from the north, as I think we believed that the Austrians were in the south. I, however, made camp at Planian, I think it's called, I don't know, for the night, and we found the new Austrian line, and I was instructed to go south and take Paborz, and then from there go to a hill called Kamhayak, and then turn north from there. Upon advancing south on the enemy, I found that he was deployed a bit more forward than initially expected, but the plan of attack still held as previously instructed to my subordinates, pinning and then flanking and keeping Dogpilot in reserve. I think my command performed very well. I think I have nothing I think we could have done much different in terms of giving orders and such. Perhaps should have been more cautious to engage that hill, but then again, we did take it after a while. But was it worth it is the question.
Okay. Then let's hear from our umpires today. So Bevillia helped me, Greaves, and Loritz. Did you have any special observations, any situations you remember worth discussing?
And be brutally honest, I can take a compliment.
Well, I wasn't umpiring you, Marshall, so I can't really tell what you were doing. I was umpiring all the cavalry, in fact. So it was pretty funny to see. To
Don't
see.
feel bad. Marshall didn't know what he was doing either, so that makes two of you.
First thing that happened, Jan's distributed the clans, and I was like, okay, I've not got Marshall, thank God. In terms of I was mainly covering the south, so I got to see the wonderful dance of the cavalry, and 2 turns in, the first potential player character death, when we had a lone commander take a ride towards this set of hills here. Right at the time, a Prussian battalion of infantry was marching upon those hills themselves to have a look. Luckily, our commander Pete had good ears and managed to avoid riding up on an entire battalion of infantry. But yeah, definitely was an interesting game in the south. With is he still here? No, he appears to have disappeared. But Dante, kind of all down on his lonesome, facing an awful lot of Austrians, and playing the reserves very well by not tipping his hand until they could come in and outflank Pete's forces. Right at the time, the main Prussian attack was pushing on them, despite losing half of his forces before the first night fell.
Yeah, I think he believed initially that there would be a regiment of dragoons to support him, but he was quite disappointed to find out there was nobody near.
But yeah, despite that very unfortunate starting situation, made a very good job of it, and it was his forces that played a good part in keeping the Austrian hussars from managing to make an outflank, and certainly played their part in helping the Prussians down south.
Right. Greece and Loritz, something you observed?
Well, I must say that the Prussian cavalry did well in delaying the Austrian advance, especially considering how outnumbered they were. It was 12 heavy cavalry squadrons on the Austrian side against 12 light or medium cavalry squadrons on the Prussian side. Plus all the Austrian infantry, so they did well at delaying the enemy. The Austrians may have been a bit too cautious, maybe, but I mean, you can't be too cautious. But yeah.
All right, thanks. Okay, then we are still quite a lot of people. Let's anybody of those who haven't. Yeah, Greaves, if you want to add something.
Greaves kind of talking at the moment, but he must say that the Prussian cavalry in the north did extremely well, considering that they were extremely outnumbered.
Mm-hmm.
Likewise, Pete did a great job holding the village against the bulk of the Prussian infantry for as long as he did.
Oh, wow. No, Greaves would say Marshall was an absolute genius, and Achilles didn't hold nothing. Marshall just kept taking. So
okay.
That's what Greaves would say. He was my umpire, so yeah.
Yep.
Well, he responded that to that with joy. So take from that what you will, there, Marshall.
Okay, so but let's hear from all those people we haven't heard from yet. If you have something that stood out for you, or if you were a new player, I don't know all of you, so I think maybe some of you are new players. how was the experience for you? Was there any situation you think that was very interesting to observe? And also, well, let's go with that first.
Well, this was my third Kriegsspiel match. The very first one I was part of was Grand Waterloo, and after that one was Metz. And so this was my third one, and I was really happy about this one, as this was the first time I actually had a frontline role, if you will. And in fact, this is the first time that I had any noteworthy praise in the after action report by Achilles, which I'm pretty happy about. It was really fun. I do have to say, it did feel pretty hard holding back the Austrians. I think I only was able to get through it because of Achilles' orders and advice, since, you know, cavalry isn't really my thing. The only thing I really did get feeling on my own was we definitely had to give the Austrians territory on our own terms. You know, we don't let them take it on their terms, it's on our terms. So I really enjoyed that. I felt a lot more agency in this match. And I really do look forward to future Kriegsspiel games.
Great.
You know, there are three kinds of lies: lies, damn lies, and statistics. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, so what about Afan, Dogpilot? I know Dogpilot has played several times before. Hans, Kottendorf, Daryl, do you want to add something?
I want to say that Marshall was a brilliant commander, and I did appreciate the little golden star that he gave me for participation, and that all my honor derived from him. And I was basically holding the south here, so I didn't see much action. But I think if the battle continued somewhat, I think I'd be vital in holding off the Prussians there.
Absolutely.
The soup did taste good at the start. I ordered too my supper. So like, there's that.
And Dante is back. How was the game for you? Are you there? Maybe you're muted.
I don't believe he has a mic.
Oh, okay.
So maybe you can type something up.
There's. Hello.
It does. Are you talking about me?
Yes.
Not really much. Broke 2 Cav in the beginning. Well, lost 2 battalions in the beginning to Cav in the south. Oh, and then just helped them. Really all I did.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Go on, please.
No, this is really all my battle. I really did not that much.
In your opinion, was I the best commander or the greatest commander in the battle?
I don't even know. I didn't even participate in the battle that much.
Well, I guess you held off James quite a bit there, which was important, and then you contributed in pushing Peter back. So it was.
And fortunately for him, he didn't even know that Marshall was on his side. So.
Oh wow! Wow.
Okay, Afan, did you want to add something maybe?
I don't think I have much to add. I was in the main force fighting in the north, and I don't think we could have forced, I guess, the Prussian cavalry away faster, or if we could have done that better. But pretty much, at least for me, I knew, or rather I suspected that they didn't have much up there, and just tried to force our way through and bully them as much as possible.
All right, good. That's a question that goes to all of you, as we are usually playing American Civil War and Napoleonics quite often. Were you surprised by how the units behaved, or did you expect them to act differently, or was that a challenge to adapt to 7 Years' War stuff? Is anybody who who thinks that's an important point or had that experience?
I will speak up here seriously. The units couldn't form squares, which was a little bit of a surprise for me. We had that moment there.
Yeah, historically, during the 7 Years' War, very seldomly units formed square. They were supposed to be able, but I mean, in the Prussians would probably have been, but even they didn't use it that much. And the Habsburgs, they had not introduced cadence marching for that long of a time, so it's very hard to maneuver deployed infantry and have them form square or other complex formations. Which also is the reason why cavalry is so important during that time to guard your flanks, because you cannot quickly shift your brigades around as you do in the Napoleonic Wars.
I think Hans Christian didn't speak either. I don't know if he wanted to.
That's true.
Not sure if I have that much to ask, to add, sorry, but I do think that maybe I'm not trying to criticize your KB, but maybe if I had been slightly less aggressive and wait for Leryl's stuff to arrive on the flank a bit earlier or later, then I would probably not be as exhausted.
I'm probably willing to take the blame for that because I explicitly ordered KB to be very aggressive, so I don't think that's really his fault in that case. So you can critique me then.
You're making a mistake, Blitzfield. This is when you say KB had instructions to be cautious. Why didn't he wait?
Well, I still believe that KB is a great commander, and it has nothing to do with his nationality whatsoever.
This is true. This is true. From one very unknown nationality to another.
My favorite part of the day was just changing the headings on my dispatches to Frederick.
Yeah, I saw that.
I kept titling him different ways every time.
I managed to write one dispatch in Norwegian, actually, but I don't know if you ever got it, Hans, did you?
I got it. I actually responded, but I don't think it ever arrived.
Did Aviator get a chance to speak?
Not yet.
I think you're the one who came up with the idea of going around on the north flank, right? Was that you?
I'd have to look at the tapes, but I think it was either like a fan or Puttendorf, I think. I think I was just following ours in regard to it.
Which one of you guys was that? I think it was my second brigade, actually, wasn't it?
I think it was me.
Let's see. Who's me?
Oh, AFN.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're the hero of the day. I think you gave the single bet. You made an outstanding decision there, in my opinion.
Yeah. I recognized the voice when they spoke earlier about it.
And not just setting up the game, Jan. I think it's great to see. I mean, it's a often overlooked conflict that was very important. So it's great to see it, converted to Kriegsspiel. Overall, I don't know if it really felt like a 7-year war conflict. I mean, it looked like the Napoleonic conflict, slightly tweaked, which is still fine. Maybe giving player guides on the one hand, and maybe giving more inflexible rules for especially infantry movements could make it more 7-year wars. But overall, I think it was good. I mean, there was nothing unrealistic on what happened during the battle.
Yeah, I certainly agree. We should probably adapt the handbooks or manuals we have and give a description of how combat worked in the 7 Years' War. And I also agree that we probably should have been more harsh on the infantry movements and how they reacted to impact and that stuff. Absolutely true. Yeah.
I think our infantry column should have fallen apart completely when we were to be honest.
Yeah,
I was
maybe,
super
yes.
scared.
Maybe
I
it should have.
suppose one question I've got for the players here, with the overnight break mid-battle, how did that feel to you guys?
I liked it. I think it was quite useful to have a sort of chance to, because you still get that maneuver beforehand, but you also get the advantages of playing a pitch battle where you actually get to deploy and come up with a proper plan and brief everyone on it. I may actually use it in some of my scenarios in the future.
Yeah,
I thought it really it added something. I thought was actually quite useful. It was an interesting thing. I wasn't expecting it. I didn't realize that was going to be part of the scenario, but I thought it was actually pretty cool, and it adds something of the flavor to the battle. So
yeah, I liked it as well.
I was actually expecting, that was the first time I used that as well. I was actually expecting that would lead to an actual pitch battle, right? You know where the enemy is, now let's deploy and fight them. I was quite surprised that all the plans were thrown overboard instead, and everybody returned to, okay, let's keep moving. On both sides, we have heard why the Habsburg decided to do that, but yeah, it was quite interesting to see. Once you're so close, I mean, that's probably the big difference, right? In the usual game, everybody starts marching, and then that's all you do. And when you find the enemy, okay, then you fight, but you never really deploy into a battle line unless it's a huge scenario that sort of indicates or pushes you to do that. But here we had the break and the option to assess the overall situation, and then I had the hope before that could potentially lead to, okay, let's deploy there and there and there, and now that's the Schwerpunkt, and we attack them in the morning or so. But I guess that's, I mean, I don't blame the players in any way in this regard. That's what all of us are used to, right, from our games.
I mean, I gave instructions to my wing to deploy what I thought was quite far from the enemy line. I wanted to deploy on the heights where the fighting was. I believe the enemy was much further back.
yeah, it's hard to shift from that thinking in the kind of games that we usually do to a linear, to Frederican linear fights. It's interesting to try to simulate that. But yeah, you get that Napoleonic mindset where you've got units coming in from various directions and the marches and that sort of thing. So it's interesting. But as it starts out almost like a meeting engagement, then trying to shift it into a linear battle is it's kind of an interesting transition.
Yeah, I do wonder though if it would probably have been more realistic to give you sort of alarming reports of the cavalry pickets when the two forces were much farther away from each other. But would that have made a difference, right? Would that not even incentivize even more to, rather than deploying for battle or maybe even fall back onto more suitable ground and there deploy for battle? When you know that the enemy is far away, then you are more likely to continue moving, aren't you?
Yeah, I would think so. And as from the cavalry's perspective, once you make contact with that first line of enemy cavalry that's out scouting, your bonus is to try to push those guys in and make contact with the main body so that you can actually tell your commander, okay, their line stretches from point A to point B, and this is what we see and what kind of strength where, so that they can make a battle plan.
So you would end up with a kind of cavalry scrimmage going on in the middle between the armies as both forces are trying to push through to get their eyes on the main body of the other so that they can make some kind of report as to just what the dispositions are so that a battle plan can be made.
That's true on one hand. I'm not quite sure if that's the case for the 7 Years' War so much, because you're so much relying on the cavalry to protect the infantry. So, of course, there's heavy usage, especially by the Habsburg, of light cavalry to scout, but I don't think there are, and I might be wrong on that, larger cavalry skirmishes to force the enemy away and break through the screen and such.
I don't remember. Was there a lot of light cavalry tactics and units in the 7 Year Wars? I thought it was mostly dragoons and cuirassiers.
No, especially the Habsburg forces. Most of their forces, when you look at the overall number of units, are actually hussars. So in many confrontations, you see that the Prussians bring almost no hussars, but many cuirassiers and dragoons, so heavy cavalry. And then there's a mismatch. The Habsburgs bring lots of hussars, but very little heavy cavalry.
Boy, it didn't feel that way today. All I saw were heavy cavalry.
Right.
How did the the Prussian attack in the south look from the umpire table? Would you say there was a lot of mistakes, or?
Only by the guy KB. He kept screwing up
and over again. Guy. I heard the Blitzfield told them to be cautious. I don't know why he attacked.
I can't believe
unprofessional of him, in my opinion.
I can't believe my friend KB was so such an idiot. Wait, that's offensive. I'm sorry, KB.
Well, from my perspective, GMing, not umpiring rather, a lot of the South, the biggest, the biggest thing that I think could have made things go a different way. Not going to call it a mistake because, well, the attack in the South was successful ultimately, but was the fact that there was this massive extension of the Prussian line, around the position that was being held by Pete. So not just punching through to meet up with the reserves, but even once the reserves had been met up with, continuing to push round and try and push through the town of Saboz to the east in a way that meant that there was a lot of frontage with troops of varying levels of exhaustion and basically no reserves left. So yes, it meant that Pete's forces were reduced incredibly quickly and almost were encircled entirely. Pete managed to pull them out just in time, but it came at a cost that by the end of the battle, there were basically no remaining troops in the south of the Prussians that hadn't faced combat in some regard, and the ones that had the ones that made up those reserves were mainly the ones holding off the Austrian hussars on the west and in no position to actually act as a reserve.
Yeah, I agree. I would probably have said you should have deployed here with reserves and then attack here. Actually, instead of going around.
Marshall stopped his stream. Let me stream.
Yes, I don't know where he is.
I guess he let me share my screen.
The idea was that Dog Pilot would be acting as reserve. He was never meant to be engaged where he was when he was engaged.
Yeah, he was in a very, very unthankful position at the end of the marching column, as you all were marching in the long snake formation instead of using parallel roads. But yeah, what I was pointing out was deploy here, have the reserve here, and then attack down there if you want to attack across that creek at all. But
I thought the enemy was going to be at the town called Poborts just down there. So I was initially ordered Hans to deploy where you draw that line, so we could advance while deployed. But the enemy was much further in front, and it really messed up my plan.
The enemy formed a strong point here, and by the time you'd reached over here, the forces that had been guarding Poborts had already been pulled back, because there was plenty of warning that position held over here was falling.
I want to. Sorry, I want to pop in and say thank you, everyone, for the game. I got to go. I appreciate everything. I had to go wrap up the live stream. I'll see you guys later. Take care.
Take care, Marshall.
Take care.
Hey, man.
Thank you. Take care.
Probably talk about this tomorrow on the podcast, so I don't know if you're going to be around, Jan. Achilles, I'm going to have to buy you a dictionary to look up the word hold, but we'll talk to you later.
See you tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
And I apologize for the interruption, KB. I apologize. Thank you.
No worries.
All right.
Yeah, I was basically hoping to encircle what I now know is Peter, or to just make his position untenable, so he would try to retreat under fire and basically rout, and I could keep momentum.
No.
Yeah. How it ended up working out in practice was that Pete was already retreating under fire, even while your troops were still kind of advancing around this corner. Yeah. So, a whole lot of extra marching that just kind of ultimately ended up with these troops tiring themselves out over here at a time when we could probably have done with having a reserve.
All right.
I've got a question.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Jan.
No,
I was
go
going
ahead.
to say, I feel like I did a reasonable job, but how did my forces actually trade with the enemy? Did I lose more than the enemy in that particular engagement? Or was it fairly equal?
I think it was four Prussian routes to 3 Austrian routes in the end, plus one set of Austrian guns captured.
Yeah. I think you did fairly well there. Until you had to pull out of that position and the attack from the south came in. So the Prussians were forced several times to fall back and bring up reserve forces, or the rallied forces then. So that was a good position, especially, and that's another thing, right? The artillery is much less mobile than it is during the Napoleonic Wars, so it takes time to get them into position and go to work, and then once they are unlimbered, it takes quite some time to get them moving again. And the Habsburgs are still struggling with that during the Revolutionary Wars. You can see that in Italy, for example, or in Germany as well.
That's another thing you were probably too nice about.
Yeah, maybe.
I want to come back to the thing with the night phase. I thought it's an interesting idea, but I think the whole problem is, and I thought about this when I planned the deployment, because I was like, okay, I could just deploy the hussars quite far forward, and then I will know where they're coming, and then I can act accordingly. But then the problem is, this means that the game starts and if you do this like completely with like a cavalry screens fighting each other, as Achilles described it, then you end up with 2 hours of cavalry skirmish before anyone else gets to play.
Yeah.
And so I think the only way.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I think a huge charm of the Kriegsspiel is like it's just doing a lot of maneuver while also understanding that your command can be wiped out quite quickly. So, picking your battles.
The fear of losing everything very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, one would probably have to resolve that in advance, right? So abstract it, roll some dice, and say, okay, this side pushes the other one away, and thereby gains this and that intel, and now you are here. What do you want to do?
That's sort of how I did Waterloo, and I think how some other big games have been done before. Or you do it as like a play-by-post format, and then once you get a major engagement, you go into a live game. And resolve
Because
it.
if you want people to deploy, then I basically just took a gamble and deployed somewhere, and they could have just completely bypassed me because I didn't have information at all where they were coming.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think we should have had a lot more information generally.
Yeah,
like,
probably. Yeah.
It felt like I only knew what was within like a few hundred meters of me, really.
Mm.
Yeah. Which I know Fog of War is obviously real, but
Sure.
I should have a rough idea where the enemy is when they're not far from me.
Which is
I find
interesting
it
in
interesting
this,
that
in this historical situation is that the Habsburgs initially are deployed from the highway down to Boschitz or so. I think even a little bit further to the south, covering the creek and the mill ponds, right? And then the Prussians come up, march along the highway in direction of Kolin, and then the Habsburgs shift around, basically wheel their whole formation overnight to cover the high ground, and then the Prussians attack them.
Yeah, I find it interesting that you get reports that'll say, you see this thing happening over there, you see this thing happening over there, but then your screenshot shows you like you, and the 5 feet around you. It's like, okay, you're telling me I can see those things, but my screenshot doesn't have that at all. So can I see them or not?
Well, I don't really mind that because it's like you can see them, but you can't see them in enough detail to have like a perfect map of them, sort of. But yeah, I suppose it's taste.
All in my mind.
Yeah. I mean that's the problem with screenshots in general, right? They portray one specific moment within 15 minutes. So
exactly. It is an issue with them, and I don't know how you fix that. I really don't. But
obviously they're high level as well. So
yeah,
easy. You don't do any screenshots. Just
there you go. Yeah,
I don't mind that either. This is what you can see. You're here. I need your orders in 2 seconds.
There you go.
That's my optimal way.
Honestly, that might be closer to how a historical general would see it. If you just say, you can see a battalion of infantry on your left and one on your right and some enemy to your front, sort of thing. Do it sort of theater of the mind, but
yeah, because it's like just training you to like respond with orders quickly. It's not like the way we play it, which is like a game.
Yeah.
And then the additional factor that probably, I mean, maybe Frederick had a map. I don't know. Yeah, probably from the previous Silesian Wars, but all the other commanders would have been there. I don't know, with a pencil drawing, if at all. So that's another thing.
I'm thinking how that might actually kind of work now, doing it. Not giving screenshots. I don't know. Maybe worth a try sometime. But I think players would get very frustrated very quickly.
Probably.
Depends. If you have martial as your empire, yeah. If you have someone actually competent, not so much.
Yeah. I think we'd need umpires who were very good at giving like vivid descriptions of like you can see, and you need to. It might take longer to give reports. Although, well, it might take longer to give out verbal reports, but I don't know if it would give out because obviously you're not taking screenshots, so maybe it balances out.
Oh.
Plus, I suppose you've got an added challenge of like the players need to like work out. If they say an umpire might just say you're marching along a road, you can see a small town to your right or whatever.
Yep.
The players need to obviously work out what town that is, which is sort of more historic. I think it would more work as a sort of low-level thing than like a sort of army commander or whatever.
Yeah, and probably much better as play-by-post.
Yeah, maybe.
Might be fun to do that just as with only like an army commander on both sides. You're sitting in a tent getting constant reports while we just play the game for you.
Oh wait, that was me at Grand Waterloo.
that was a broken column.
I mean, you literally didn't leave like that inn or whatever. You didn't leave that like tavern the whole game.
I did not leave headquarters the entire game. Just me and Carter.
All right. Well, thanks again, everybody, for helping to umpire, for playing today. It was a very interesting game. Thanks for sticking around for that long. And great to hear that you enjoyed it. Of course, you're free to keep discussing, but I will also wrap up my live stream now. And thanks again. Have a good one.
Thanks for the game.
Thank you.
All right, and everybody in the live stream who is still around, I see there are still some viewers. After 5 hours of staring at a map and rolling some dice, hope you enjoyed it as well. Thanks for sticking around, and see you in the next adventure, as Marshall tends to say, I guess. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.